Chapter 1. Breathe in, breathe out. Those are the words that always play in the mind of Midoriya Izuku. An useful piece of advice that came from his mother. It has helped him wade through the years, whenever he is about to go on a muttering spree or having a nervous breakdown. He always remembered those words. Breathe in, breathe out. It helped him then. It will keep on helping him now. Looking up with a final breath, the large building of UA High comes into his field of vision. Its visage sends shivers through his spine. This is it. He has trained himself for this. Every day he had pushed himself to his limits to get this far. He had done his studies, improved his grades, trained himself physically and mentally to even be able to catch up to those with quirks that are far more combat-focused. He won't fail. It's unacceptable, not after everything he had done to get here. Looking around him, he saw the determined looks of every student here. All of them are aiming for UA, to be great heroes in their own right. However, UA's acceptance rate is very low, as expected of the greatest hero school in Japan. They can't accept just anyone. They only take the best of the best and push them to their limits till they break through it. It's their motto after all. Plus ultra. However, one of the things that made UA stand out most is their alumni. The pro heroes that came from UA are known to be among the best of the best in their field. The 18-plus hero Midnight, the voice hero Present Mike, the flame hero Endeavor, and finally the greatest of them being the #1 hero himself. The symbol of peace, All Might. The man is a legend. His quirk being unknown made him all the more mysterious yet brilliant, like a shining star that envelopes them in its hopeful light. He shook himself. He's getting too caught up again. He needs to get started or he's going to be left behind. With a final slap on his face with both hands, he trekked towards the entrance, ignorant of the weird looks around him. One of them is a girl with brown hair, looking at the retreating boy weirdly as she tilted her head. He seemed oddly determined. Well, I need to be too then. This is UA. I need to do my best, she thought, nodding to herself as she entered the gates along with the other examines. Their future will be decided by this test. Izuku sighs as he walks away from the exam halls. He had just finished the written test and is heading towards another to reach the practical exams. Those that took the business course are already gone. They had finished their test a while ago. Those that took the hero course had multiple exams. There was the standard written test, then the heroic written test which evaluates their other skills, and finally the physical exam. He was sure he had done his best in the heroic written portion. It was divided into 3 sections. Each of the sections focused on some parts of heroics. Riddles were in the first section to see their comprehension skills. Then there were hypothetical scenarios in the second section. And finally, the last section only contains one question, a rather specific one. What does it mean to be a hero? At first, he was confused before deciding to answer it as best as he could. The principal of UA was known for his eccentrics, so it might be some sort of personal test. Either way, he gave it all and hoped for the best. He walked into the designated room and looked for his seat. It was rather dark, so it was a bit hard to find. But in the end, he managed to find it, along with a certain explosive blonde. Said blonde also looked rather pissed off when he noticed him too. "What are you doing here, Deku?" he asked with his usual demeanor. Damn, does the universe really have it out for him? What did he do to deserve this? He was a good son and helped his mother. He was kind to everyone he met and never caused trouble. But then again, Bakugo Katsuki is always angry, so it might just be him. "What did you just say, you damn nerd?" Bakugo asked with an enraged expression. Crap, he must have muttered that. Before any altercations could happen, the already dim lighting dimmed even further and all the lights focused on the stand in front of them. Seeing that the exam was about to start, he immediately sat down on his seat and ignored the explosive blonde beside him. They have an exam to focus on after all. However, the voice that comes out next absolutely destroys that focus and well took it for himself. "Can I get a yeah?" The screaming of the voice hero Present Mike himself bellowed into the room, surprising the students and making them excited. However, they didn't really scream back out to him, creating a rather awkward moment for Mike. Geez, tough crowd, but it no matter. It's time to get into things. "Are you ready?" Mike bellowed again. The absolute silence that followed is enough for the students to feel second-hand embarrassment for Mike, much to their amusement. Izuku, on the other hand, only felt excited. He had read up and knew everything that could be known of him, heard every single of his podcasts and radio shows, and even analyzed his quirk to even the littlest of details. He wonders if his quirk ever affects his vocal cords in a permanent manner, cause all those screaming must be murder for it. Shut up, damn it. Bakugo growls out, making him snap his mouth shut. Damn, and here he thought he had good control over it already. Mike then kept on continuing his presentation despite the awkwardness. Guess he has some experience in it. Anyways, the students realize they will be brought into a designated area and will be tasked on destroying robots to gain points. The higher the better their chance in getting into UA. There are 3 types of robots that were given, each with their own designated points. 1, 2, and 3 pointers respectively. Suddenly a hand comes up, making Mike point towards him. Yes, examinee 7111. What's your question? Mike asked as he pointed towards him. The hand then dropped down, making the student stand up and revealed. A rectangle? No, wait, he is just that stiff looking. The bespectacled boy pulls up a pamphlet and starts reading off of it. It says in the pamphlet that there are 4 types of robots. Is this a misprint? If so, it would be a shame for such a prestigious school such as UA to make such a simple mistake. The boy says before suddenly pointing at Izuku. And you? Do you think this is a game? Your muttering is distracting. If you keep treating this exam as such, then I highly recommend you stop and get out of the exam hall, he says. Izuku ducked down before saying sorry. The students around them start snickering at his predicament, the most obvious being the blonde besides him. All of them are already brushing him off as a fellow rival and competitor. Izuku narrowed his eyes at that. He'll prove them wrong. He'll show them that he can stand among them and even surpass them. All right, settle down. I was just getting to that, little listener. There are 4 types of robots, but the last one is just a distraction. Destroying it won't give any points. It's best to just avoid it entirely. Mike explained, making the students sigh despondently and brush off the 0-pointer. Thank you for your explanation and apologies for the interruption, the rectangle boy says before sitting back down. Mike merely waved off before starting to finish up the explanation. Now look at the card in front of you. Inside is the area that has been given to you, he says, making the students pull out the card and look at it. Besides him, Bakugo scoffed after taking a peek at his own card. So they're putting those in the same school in different areas, huh? He asked rhetorically. Well, it made sense. Won't want those from the same school to team up to pass the exam, he muttered absent-mindedly. Bakugo scoffs at that. As if I need help, I'll crush anyone that is in my way, he says with a savage smirk, making Izuku sigh exasperatedly. Well, that is the gist of it. Go ham with the robots, and you'll be fine. Now for the final parting words. I'll leave you the words from Napoleon Bonaparte himself. A true hero is someone that overcomes one's misfortune. Now say it with me now, plus ultra, Mike says, finally making the students scream along as well. Always works, Mike thought to himself, a smug grin clear on his face. With that, the students get up and head towards the changing room to change their clothes before heading towards their designated area. Izuku merely wore a simple green shirt with black form-fitting pants. Heading out of the fitting room, he enters the bus and waits for the rest so they can go. While inside the bus, he kept reciting the mantra inside his head to calm his nerves. Breath in, breath out. He can do this. He has trained himself. He is prepared for this and will give it his all. Breath in, breath out. Failure is not an option. He's not sure what he can be if not a hero. His whole life, being a hero is the only thing he can think of. To save people, to help them with a smile. It's the only thing he ever wants to be. Breath in, breath out. Throughout the whole ride, he kept himself in this trance, controlling his breathing to keep himself composed and grounded. He needs to keep himself calm. He can't screw this up just because he was too jumpy. That would just be embarrassing and mortifying. What would his mom say if she heard that? So keep his nerves calm his thoughts and breath. With a lurch, he was snapped out of his trance when he realized they had arrived. Exiting the bus, he can't help but gawk a bit. When they say an area, he didn't actually imagine said area being a large city. Man, UA must be pretty rich to be able to make this. It's pretty impressive though. As expected of UA. Chatter filled the place as they all gawked at the city. Izuku can't help but agree with them. They are the greatest hero school in Japan. Guess it's supposed to be expected that their way of handling things is far more eccentric than normal. Helps that quirks tend to make things easier. A lot of tech that was thought to be impossible was possible thanks to the appearance of Quirk. Some have said that if it wasn't for quirks, humanity would have achieved space travel. But he personally disagrees with that notion. Quirks might have delayed their achievement towards space travel, but it has improved their society's technology via quirk research. In a way, it helps improve their base foundations and help revolutionize their way of handling problems. He's rambling again, isn't he? Judging by the weird looks from the rest, he had also muttered it out loud. Great. Can this day get any worse? Excuse me. A hand landed on his shoulder as a familiar voice rang out. He just had to open his big mouth, didn't he? Looking at the person behind him, he saw it was the earlier bespectacled boy that had admonished him earlier. What does he want now? Can't you see you're distracting the others? Are you trying to make the rest of us fail through this? You should be ashamed of yourself, he says without even letting him answer. However, before he could, the gates of the city started to open, making the rest of them flinch and look at it wearily. Izuku shrugged off the hand on his shoulder and breathed. His lungs get filled with air as he feels the familiar pressure building up within him. Breath in. The pressure increases, filling his body with energy as the familiar pressure increases and starts to pull itself within his body. Go. Breath out. As the air leaves his lungs, the familiar pressure is also released as he lunges towards the gate. The pressure started within his chest before flowing down his core, then into his legs, releasing them explosively as the air around his legs parted, boosting his speed when he headed into the city. The wind startled the other contestants, blocking themselves from the wind as they look at Izuku retreating back with a weird look. Some even sneered at him. Wait, it started? One asked curiously. Huh. He probably lost his nerves and started too early, one of them sneered at him. But some decided to follow his lead and join him in getting points. They don't want to lose the points. The most notable ones are the brown-haired girl from earlier and the bespectacled boy. Some of the students left behind start to wearily look around them nervously. What are you waiting for? There is no countdown. Go, go, go. Follow that plain kid, Mike says into the speaker while pointing at Izuku, making the students panic and try to rush into the city with manic expressions. With Izuku, he met a two-pointer robot in front of him. It vaguely looked like a scorpion, but with 3 eyes, 2 tails, and shield-like appendages for legs. The number 2 shone brightly on those legs. Breath in. He mentally intoned as the familiar pressure starts to build within his chest. His quirk is pretty powerful, but control is the hardest part when using it. It's just a simple telekinetic quirk, an ability that allows him to control gravitational forces to achieve telekinesis. Bakugo had called it weak when it first appeared, but he saw potential in it. Helps that it also allows him to relate to his mother even more. The advice that his mother gave him always helped him when trying to control it. He looked towards the approaching two-pointer, his right pulled back and coiled. His feet slide on the ground as he tries to slow his momentum. The earlier burst of speed had allowed him to enter the city and cover a good distance already. Breath out. The pressure released as he swung his hand forward, releasing a burst of pure force towards the bot, completely destroying the upper part and making its legs leave the ground for a few seconds. Huh, that's weird. He could have sworn his repel impact is a bit weaker to test the robot's durability. It seems like the materials that made it are a bit weaker than expected. Good, he supposed. He can save his energy and ace this exam. While the students were slack-jawed at the power behind the plain kid, Izuku released another burst through his feet and glided through the ground at extreme speeds, kicking up dust in the process. The bespectacled boy was the most shocked among them. He's fast, far faster than I am. He thought to himself. He had thought the boy to be a nuisance to the exam, but it seems like he was wrong. Izuku saw another batch of robots running towards him. 2 one-pointers, 3 three-pointers, and 1 two-pointer. Missiles were launched towards him, making his eyes narrow as his arms tensed. With a spin on his body, the missiles suddenly circle around him when they get near and are sent back towards the villain bots. Vortex impact. He roared in his mind, sending the missiles back with their speed increased. The missiles exploded as they landed near the bots, destroying them with only a few surviving. With another burst of speed, He appeared near them and swung his arms like a whip. A thin wave of condensed force was sent towards them, cutting their bodies in half, their upper bodies falling down as wires sparks from their lower bodies. Izuku continues to control his breathing properly. He needs to make sure he has enough energy to handle any problems. If he uses too much force, then he will start to strain, and that will force him to consume that much more energy, and that will tire him out too quickly. He needs to be careful with his quirk usage. With another burst of speed, he starts to search for more robots. In a very dark room sat the examiners. The television in front of them shows the examiners in all the sites. Seems like we have a pretty good batch this year, a gravy-like voice sounded out, making the rest of the examiners nod at his words. My, they are all rather aggressive, aren't they? I like that a mature yet sensual voice called out when looking at one certain explosive blonde destroying the robots and licking her lips when looking at Izuku cutting through them like butter, making some of them worry about the school's reputation and the students' health. Kiyama, they are just kids. A tired voice called her out. Please erase her. It's not like we didn't have fun when we were their age. I know I did, Kiyama Namuri, or the 18-plus hero Midnight, to the public retorted. Eraserhead, or more commonly known as Aizawa Shota, just sighs at his colleague's behavior. A squeaky-like voice snickers as he looks at this year's batch of students. The owner of the voice looked like a mix of a bear, dog, and mouse. No one is really sure of what he is, and no one is brave enough to ask him about it. This is the principle of UA, Nizu. Yes, they are all quite formidable, he spoke when looking at the monitors. However, the real test has yet to begin, he says before pushing a giant red button on the arm of his seat. The examiners leaned forward from their seats at the principal's words. Their next obstacle would show them what these kids are made of. 52. Izuku grunted out as he destroyed the final robot in the street. He had helped out a few people when he saw them biting off more than they could chew. Unfortunately, it had left him a bit out of breath. He didn't regret it, though. What kind of hero would he be if he complained about helping people? It's just the right thing to do. Looking around himself, he used his shirt to wipe his face, revealing a bit of his abs as he did so. He had done a lot of physical activities when preparing for the exam. The beach on Dagobah used to be a trash heap, but thanks to his efforts, it is now back to its pristine state. He can't help but feel proud of that accomplishment. A rumble interrupted his musing. He looked around frantically while trying to find out where the rumbling was coming from. Suddenly, other students rounded the corner of the street and started running away towards him. He blinks a bit. His common sense told him to follow the flow to avoid danger, but his heroic sense told him to do the opposite instead. Who knows if there's anyone in danger that way? Izuku, in all his cinnamon rollness, followed his heroic sense instead of his survival ones. As he rounded the corner, he saw tank-like wheels rolling through the ground, crushing the road beneath it as it kept on moving. He looked up and up and up and up and finally saw its head. Damn, that's big, he mentally thought. Guess that's the zero-pointer. No wonder they told us to avoid it, Izuku told himself as he looked around, trying to see if there's anyone that was left behind. Ignoring the students that ran past him, the bespectacled boy ran past him, the engines on his calf boosting his speed. The boy looked towards Izuku with a bewildered look. Is he really trying to destroy the zero-pointer? He shrugs, telling himself it's not his problem. If the boy really wished to grab attention and do such an idiotic thing, then he can't really stop him. He has an exam to finish first. Izuku didn't really see anyone that needed help. Most of them had already made some good distance from the giant robot and could escape easily. The robot itself is rather slow, so they would be fine. Suddenly, his head snapped up. The reason why is because he had heard a small yelp of owl somewhere. Looking forward with narrowed eyes, he saw a brown-haired girl laying on the ground, a large rubble covering her. Without hesitation, he breathed and released a burst of force, increasing his speed to cover the distance between them. He appeared before her in a few seconds. His breath appeared labored, but he powered through exhaustion. He looked down at the girl before him, and his eyes immediately landed on the rubble on her feet. Lifting it up easily, he puts it away as he looks at the robot. There is still quite a distance between them, but they can escape if they hurry. You okay? He asked her with a concerned expression. My ankle. I think it's broken, she says while gritting her teeth a little from the pain. Izuku sucked in a breath. She can't run properly that way, and the giant robot would catch up easily. His mind coming to a decision. He put his arms under her and pulled her up. She yelped from the sudden lurch, her face blushing from the close contact. "Sorry about this, but we need to hurry," he says before bursting away, making her yelp in surprise again. Carrying her towards the entrance, he went past a few examinees too. Most of them were rather surprised he managed to outpace them, but he didn't really care. He needs to get her out of there. Sliding through the ground as he slows down, he puts her down and breathes a sigh of relief as he sees that most of the students managed to get away even without his help. To be honest, he was glad that they didn't need it. He was too tired now to even move properly. His lower body is screaming in pain from the strain, and he needs to lay down for a while. And time's out. The speaker rang out, making some of the students groan in disappointment and some to sigh in relief. He was part of the latter. He dropped down to the ground unceremoniously as he sat there with his hands supporting him. Damn, he was more tuckered out than he thought. "Are you okay, Sonny?" A kind yet wise voice asked him, making him look towards the source and notice an old woman looking at him with a concerned expression. The woman was rather short, her gray hair being put in a bun with her outfit being that of a doctor paired with a visor. She also brought along a large syringe that is used like a walking cane. His eyes widened as he recognized her. "You are Recovery Girl," he exclaimed in surprise, making the woman smile at him. My, you know your heroes, huh? You still haven't answered me, Sonny. Are you all right?" she asked again gently. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Just a little strained and tired. "A little rest would be fine for me," he answered easily, showing a bit of a tired smile to prove his point. "Oh dear, well, I can still help a bit with that," she says before kissing his cheek. He exclaimed in surprise a bit before suddenly realizing his body feels fine, a little bit more tired than before, but he feels amazing. "Was that your Quirk?" he asked excitedly, making her nod at him before looking at the brown-haired girl. He didn't really pay attention to them, though, as his mind starts dissecting her Quirk. Can it only work through kissing? How much energy does it take at minimum to heal his injury? Does any energy count, or is it just limited to their stamina? What are the worst injuries she can heal? So many possibilities, and even just the simple healing she had shown had made it pretty useful. He absent-mindedly gets up and starts to leave. He would love to question the heroine more, but he decided not to bother her anymore. She probably has more people to tend to. With that, he starts to leave, all the while leaving one brown-haired girl curious and searching for who and where her savior was. To anyone, this was probably a simple exam at a pretty prestigious school. But to Izuku, this is the start of his story. Chapter 2. Izuku took a deep breath before releasing it, the cool air exiting his lungs as he breathed it out. He opened his eyes and looked towards the rising sun in front of him. Feeling the soft sand in front and beneath him, he could feel its soft texture between his toes. The sound of waves hitting sand also helped his mind focus. He was right now in Dagoba Beach. It used to be a junkyard filled with trash, but years of hard work had cleaned the beach and made sure it stayed clean. The entrance exam was yesterday. He had managed to get good enough points, so he was sure he aced it. Now he just needed to wait for the confirmation. While waiting, he decided to train a little bit more. There's no such thing as being too prepared after all. With that, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The familiar pressure filling his body, a faint trickle of energy shocking his nerves, signaling the use of his quirk. He called it Orbit, a simple name for a pretty complicated quirk. In the registry, it had been described as a quirk that allows him to use gravitational forces to affect the world around him. It's more fitting to call it gravity manipulation rather than telekinesis. But alas, that was how he used it for the first few years anyway. Shaking his head from his inner rambling, he continued to focus, directing the energy within his whole body, flowing it throughout and around it, creating a subtle pressure around it. He could feel his body becoming more alive as he flowed the energy, his muscles becoming more tensed yet limber, his senses becoming a tiny bit sharper. This energy was the truth of his quirk. His body produced it, and it somehow affected the gravitational forces to his command. It's the reason why he had called it telekinesis instead of gravity manipulation. However, it came with a few of its downsides. Feeling his body tensing under the pressure of his quirk, he let out a rather deep breath without letting go of the pressure. His body was now far stronger when in this state. He was sure there was more to it than just enhancing his body, though. But maintaining it was always a chore. He had discovered this technique a few days before the exam, so he couldn't use it in the practical portion. He could barely even move in this state. It was part of his quirk's drawback. He had divided the aspects of his quirk into two aspects: generation and manipulation. Both aspects had their drawbacks. Generation covered how much energy he can generate and hold. It affected his physical body, so he needed to be physically capable of handling it. If not, it would strain his body and maybe even injure it. Manipulation, on the other hand, covered his precision and range. It covered his mental aspect. He needed to continually push it to be able to handle that aspect more thoroughly. It would help him do more precise level control and even increase his range. So far, he could only cover 3 meters, 5 if he pushes it. It's what helped him create those wind whips that he used to cut through the villain robots. He should give those whips some names: Whip Impact, Razor Impact. He should contemplate it more back home. Names later, more focus. He then started doing a few katas, moving his body gracefully as he kept the energy flowing. He could see visible air parted around his body as he kept moving. It seemed like his theory was right. The energy didn't just enhance his body. It also helped create some form of repelling armor around him. With more practice, maybe he could make an inverse of it and allow him to walk on walls. Or maybe improve on its repelling aspect and create an impenetrable armor, or even fly like how Captain Celebrity's quirk works. He released his breath as he finally let the energy pool within his body. His goal was to constantly keep this state active even while sleeping. That way he could use it constantly and maybe help increase his bonus physical training by increasing the pressure bit by bit. Also helped that he could increase the weight around him through this shroud more easily and increased his precision training. Shroud. Yeah, that's a good name. Calling this state Shroud now. Keeping it constantly active was a pain, though. The amount of focus needed was astronomical. But he could do this, just keep it active around him. The possibilities were endless if he could improve it. So for now, keep it active and breathe. Feeling himself calming down, he turned around to start tracking home, only to see a girl standing right in front of him. She was rather beautiful too, having onyx eyes paired with her raven black spiky hair that's put in a ponytail. She was wearing a peach-colored blouse and the yellow long skirt that fits her snugly, highlighting her curves and her assets. He blushed as he looks at her. A goddess, he mentally thought to himself. She also blushed as she realized that Izuku noticed her, making her bow low and sputtered. Apologies, I was so caught up by your movement that I didn't realize I was staring, and am realizing epimedy uncomfortable. Izuku mentally started to block it all out after realizing she had been staring at him. He was never really that popular back in middle school. He could thank Bakugo for that. And he rarely used his quirk in school. People always showed theirs off back in middle school, while he rarely showed it, and only uses it when asked to demonstrate. It didn't make him get ostracized, but he did get ignored thanks to his supposedly weak quirk. So having people find him interesting enough to be stared at was a bit of an odd feeling. Seeing that the woman, with curves like those, he can't call her a girl, was still apologizing, he decided it's best to remind her to breathe. Was this what his mom felt when he went on his muttering spree? Hey, it's all right. Why don't you take a deep breath first before we talked? He said with a bit of a stutter and nervousness. Can't blame him that much. His interaction with girls was pretty much non-existent. Oh God, I'm talking to a girl. He mentally panicked. A beautiful girl too. All right, Izuku, breathe. Remember mom's advice. Just be myself and don't worry too much. He calmed himself before looking at the woman before him. I see. She trails off with some relief. Still, I would like to apologize. It is still incredibly rude of me. It's fine. No harm done. He waved it off with a smile. She smiles at that before looking around the beach with a bit of an inquisitive expression. May I ask something? Sure, what is it? He asked her. I heard that this beach used to be a junkyard. Is it true? Oh, yeah, it used to be. It wasn't until last year that the beach got cleared out. He explained while gesturing to the beach. He then scrunched up his face in thought. Are you new around here? He asked curiously. Yes, I am. I just moved to Mizudafu to better attend UA. UA. Well, funnily enough, I applied there. Just finished the entrance exam yesterday. He exclaimed. Really? Well, this might be a bit sudden, then can you help show me around? I know we just met, but I would appreciate the help, and considering that we both attend UA, we may meet more of each other. She reasoned while having a hopeful look. Damn, he can't say no to that face. It's like a puppy. Besides, his heroic sense would kill him if he didn't help her. Of course, I got a few places in mind. He accepted easily, making her smile. Lead the way then. My name is Izuku. It's nice to meet you, he said while walking out of the beach. Yayarosa Momo, the pleasure is mine. She introduced herself before following him. With that, Izuku showed her around town, showing the sights, give her a few tips on which restaurant had the best prices, and the park for some sightseeing. They also talked a lot about themselves as they walked around. Their likes, dislikes, favorite foods, simple stuff. Momo even managed to learn a bit of his love for quirks when she explained creation, making him go to one of his famous mutter storms as he speculated the limits of her quirk. It is pretty impressive how many things he could say in a single breath. She might also need to take notes of his few ideas. Creating mecha-shifting weapons seemed like a good idea. It would increase her versatility pretty well. She also learned a little bit of his quirk as well, making her impressed with the amount of training he did when he explained its drawbacks. From what he was saying, it was very weak when it first appeared. He could barely control a small rock back then. Your life must be very hard then, she says in sympathy. She knew how people judge people based on their quirks. She should know. Of course, people were singing praises of her when it first appeared. Knowing that Izuku had started with a weak quirk must have made growing up rather hard. Izuku shook his head. It wasn't that bad. It has gotten better as I got older. My mom being there for me also helps. Most of her advice has helped me to this day. I really should meet her someday then. She must be an amazing woman. The best, he confirmed. His mother had helped him through thick and thin, even rein in him when he had gotten too far in training his quirk. If it wasn't for her, he might have crippled himself one of those days. Wanting to help someone is good and all, but first you need to learn how to help yourself, were the words that she told him when he pushed himself too hard. He didn't understand much of it that day, but now he could say he was thankful for it. A dead hero cannot save anyone after all. It's best to take care of oneself, then they could save more people far more easily. Somehow their conversations managed to be steered to how they managed to apply to UA, Izuku telling her about the written test, both regular and the heroic part, and the practical tests. Making Momo surprised by the information, she never really had fought robots in her tests, which confused Izuku. Wait, you didn't fight robots? All of the applicants needed to destroy them to pass the test, he said in a confused manner while tilting his head, making Momo create a comparison between him and a cute puppy. Oh, I see. I believe that's because I took the test for recommended students instead, she said a bit hesitant as if worried about his reaction to her taking a recommended spot. It made her life even harder already in middle school, and she didn't want to lose a potential friend because of it. She enjoyed spending time with Midoriya and at least wanted to stay friends with him. Whoa, you must be pretty smart to be able to gain a recommended spot. That's pretty impressive, he exclaimed, making her look surprised. You really think so? She asked a bit hesitantly. Yep. If you manage to gain a recommended spot, then it must mean you're pretty amazing. They only reserved it for 4 people a year after all, he said, making her smile brightly. It seemed like she wouldn't have to worry about making friends in UA. She already had Midoriya, and that was already enough for her. They spent half the day just walking around town and showing Momo around the place. Both of them rather enjoyed each other's company and even managed to get to know each other more. Both of them now stood in front of a rather fancy apartment complex. The walls were filled with exquisite details, and the plants around the building were nicely kept. It also helped that the area is usually reserved for the upper echelons of society. He stood there in shock, looking at the complex and back towards a blushing Momo. She's rich, he thought to himself in shock before banishing that thought. He's making her uncomfortable. What kind of friend would he be if he did that? So, he started, trying to break the awkward atmosphere from the sudden revelations. I guess I'll see you later? He asked with a bit of a hopeful tone. He wished he could see her again. Momo observed him for a second, trying to discern his emotions. Seeing nothing but sincerity, she decided to smile. Seems like he didn't mind about her status. Of course. I think we should exchange contact numbers. We should keep in contact before joining UA. Sure. He smiles before exchanging their numbers. After a final wave of goodbye, he went back towards his own home, a dopey smile on his face. As he entered his apartment complex, his smile turned a bit wistful. The house was not that lavish. If anything, it's pretty average. Yet it was still home. He could still remember all the problems he had caused his mother. After his father died in a villain attack, his mother was the only source of hope for him. All Might be the #1 hero, but his mother would always be the top hero. Izuku, is that you? You were gone all day, what happened? A voice called out, making him look towards the source. Midoriya Inko was a slim woman with green hair and emerald eyes similar to his own, her hair put into a ponytail. She wore a yellow apron with a white blouse underneath and a black long skirt. She used to have a bit of a stress-eating problem after Hisashi died, but after seeing her son working hard to get into UA, she started working out as well to keep herself fit. With the help of her old friend Mitsuki, she was able to keep her figure. Sure, there was some bitter relationship between their children, but Izuku told her to not worry too much about it, and she could keep being friends with Mitsuki. After what happened to Masaru, both of them needed each other's support. Inko pulled out a Cheshire smile when seeing her son's dopey smile. Seemed like her son had a good day. Izuku, did something happen today? Izuku couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. It's not like that, Mom, but yeah, I guess something did happen today, he said while scratching his head. She hums in a manner that says she doesn't believe him. Sure, now why don't you go take a shower and then tell me all about it with dinner, she said before shooing him away. You stink, you need a bath. Izuku blushed in mortification at that. He had just finished his morning routine and then helped a girl out without taking a shower? God, what was wrong with him? After taking a very thorough shower and dressing back up, he went back towards the living room to eat as he told his mother all about his day with Momo, unknowing of her dangerous smile with a weird glint in her eyes. My baby boy found a girl. She mentally squealed. He never really had that many friends. Pairing that with Bakugo being his usual self had made it hard for him to maintain any friendship they had. It was hard for him, but he managed to deal with it through training. It worries her greatly that her son's social life is non-existent. So hearing that he actually found a friend, a girl at that too, made her very happy. The week went by rather unceremoniously. He kept in touch with Momo by messaging her, talking about all kinds of stuff. He still kept up with training his shroud state, trying to maintain it even in his sleep, which often failed. But he did make some progress in it. He could move pretty well in it now and maybe even use it in a fight. At the moment, he was just finishing his notebook. He had a lot of them. Most of them were filled with details about other heroes and villains along with their quirks. He made some extra notes on how to improve their quirks and even their possible weaknesses. The notebook he had just finished was actually a special one he had made to record his quirk. All of the techniques he had made, all of the discoveries of its powers and possible weaknesses, all of them in here. Suddenly, his mother came barging in with a letter on her, her smile wide as she shows the letter to him. On it is a stamp of UA's symbol. His results were here. He took the letter as his mother left him to his devices, letting him handle it privately. She, of course, wanted to see it as well, but she would rather let her son have some private time while reading his results. Izuku put the letter on his table as he observed it with trepidation, his eyes catching every detail of the letter with wide eyes. God, he knew had managed to do his best on the exam, so why was he so nervous right now? Deep breaths, Izuku, deep breaths. He thought as he took some time to calm himself down. After calming himself down, he gently tore the letter open. He was at first confused. There were a few letters inside, but the most eye-catching thing was the tiny projector inside. On it is a taped letter. Play me first, winky face, it said. With nothing better left to do, he opened up the letter even more and pulled out the projector, putting it on the table, and immediately turned it on before his nervousness caught up to him. Out came a projected image of a tall, curvy woman with two-tone hair of dark blue and pink. She wore a dark, sleeveless, skin-tight dress with a silver utility belt. Her hair was rather long, too, even being put in a high ponytail, but it still reached past her shoulders. But Izuku recognized this woman. She was part of the top 20 heroes and had even become one of the greatest markswomen in Japan, if not the world. Her shots were said to be the best of the best, making even someone like Snipe, who had a homing quirk, give up attempting to overcome her in terms of marksmanship. She was one of the leading examples of showing that even with a dangerous quirk, you can still be a hero and even show that with enough skill, you can reach pretty far. The rifle hero, Lady Nagant. His eyes were wide as he took her in. He had heard that she started working at UA in the last few years. Yo, she called out casually. As you could have guessed, I'm Lady Nagant. They'll be telling you your scores from the entrance exam, she said without much fanfare, but judging by the smile, she seemed like a person that rarely made too much of a fuss and got straight to the point. She always acted rather fearless and casual in any situation. Midoriya Izuku, you managed to ace the written portion. Full marks on both the regular and heroic aspects. Congratulations. Interesting answer on the last part though. A hero that saves everyone with a smile, huh? Well, see if you can live up to it, she said with an excited smile, her eyes as if challenging him to try to live up to it. That was the plan from the start anyways. Moving on. You managed to do pretty well in the practical portion, 52 villain points. More than enough to pass there, she said, making him hold his breath in suspense. Does that mean? But. The sudden exclamation made Izuku sweat. What did she mean by but? That's not the only thing we keep track of, you know? Introducing rescue points. Why don't you look at the screen behind me? She said while making way for him to see the screen behind her. The projector automatically zoomed in on it. It showed the moments he had helped some of his fellow contestants, the last one showing the moment he helped that brown-haired girl run away from the zero-pointer. What kind of hero school didn't take students' heroic sense into account? You are here to be heroes, and it's our job to make sure you all can be the best. It's part of the motto after all. Plus, ultra style. Thus, we created rescue points, where a panel of judges gave you points based on your actions. And Midoriya-kun, you have gained a solid 32 points for all your troubles, rounding in 84 points. Congratulations, kiddo, you pass, she said while extending her hand. Now come on, kid. Welcome to your Hero Academia, she said with a smirk before the video finished itself. After that, it showed his placement in the exam itself, a leaderboard so to speak. His eyes didn't stay in one place for long and finally landed on his name. First on the leaderboard, Midoriya Izuku. His eyes teared up, yet his smile became even more pronounced. He did it. He finally managed to get into his dream school. Despite all the mental assurance and confidence he had built up, there was still a deep part of him that was still anxious about the whole thing. Turned out he had worried over nothing. This was his starting line. It was now his beginning. UA, they better keep on their toes. Midoriya Izuku was coming, and he was not planning to pull any punches. Chapter 3. Izuku sighed as he exited the shower, his hands on a towel as he scrubbed his fluffy hair dry. He put it down on a dryer and opened his dresser, where his unwrinkled uniform lay. The day had come. The time had arrived for him to finally attend UA. The remaining letters within the mail had given some thorough and detailed information on what he should bring to prepare for UA, and some suggestions on where they could be found which he and his mother were thankful for. He quickly dressed up and headed towards the kitchen, where his mother was preparing breakfast. He pulled out a chair to sit himself down as his mother set down a plate before him. A simple breakfast of bacon and eggs. After eating his fill, he immediately went up and picked up his yellow backpack and wore his signature red shoes. Izuku, wait. He stopped. He looked back towards his mom after a quick check towards the clock. There was still quite a bit of time. He planned to head there early so he wouldn't cause any trouble on the first day of school by being late. Yes? Do you have your pencil case? Yes, Mom. His posture dropped as he had a feeling on where this was going. Your drink bottle? Yes, I do. He pulled out the object in question to prove it. I think you should do some triple-checking walk knows if I missed anything, she rambled on, making him sigh fondly. Seemed like the muttering was hereditary. Mom, he called out, making her stop and look at him. They'll be fine, he said before he headed out. Wait, he sighed as he looked at her exasperatedly. Yes, Mom? The smile she gave was positively blinding. You look really cool. He smiled brightly at that. Thanks, Mom. I'll see you later, he said before heading out. The words good luck. Have a nice day was the last thing he heard before closing the door. UA, here he came. Dangon Haruka, or better known as Lady Nagant, sighed tiredly as she put down the last student file her posture tired and exasperated as she slumped on the rather comfortable chair. The reason for her current state was because of the students she was going to handle this year. She was appointed by Nizu to be this year one as homeroom teacher. After what Aizawa pulled last year, Nizu decided to let someone else handle the new students while Aizawa took care of 2A, or what's left of them anyways. Seriously, what was Eraser thinking? UA was lucky they managed to stop the parents from suing them. Some of the students decided to drop out after the debacle and join other hero schools instead. If the teachers here could expel any students with a snap of their fingers, then they'd rather take their chances at other schools. It was a shame too. Some of them had potential, and those that didn't could always be trained to make sure they were still capable. To hell what the hobo said. She had seen much more than he did, and more heroes were always welcome. They were training to be heroes. Despite her problems with the system, they need to teach the new generation what it means to be a true hero and show them how to act like one. UA is school for Kami's sake. They were supposed to teach students, not drop them the moment they seemed hopeless. The students worked their ass off to get here, so they better do the same for them. It's one of the reasons why she's here after all, to help the new generation act like proper heroes. She sighed as she looked over the files. Some of the students here were going to be a pain to handle. The ones that she kept her eye on were the Bakugo and Mineta kids. Sure, the others have their problems, but it seemed rather tame. They're kids. She'd rather let them have their fun before hero work starts to take it all away from them. But those two were ringing some alarm bells in her head. One seemed to have some anger problems, and the other had some sexual assault cases on him. She needed to send them to Hound Dog for some sessions and keep an eye on them. While there was another student that she is keeping an eye on. She immediately pulled out said student's file and gave it a once-over. Midoriya Izuku, top grades of his class, and his physical scores on the mock test were also rather high, being at the top with only that Bakugo kid coming in close to him. She had seen what he was made of at the practical test, so it's pretty clear that he had trained his quirk from an early age or had some ridiculous training schedules. She had seen the amount of power and focused telekinetic quirks usually needed, and it was no laughing matter when they are properly trained. She should know with how much trouble they had caused when she fought them. Can't shoot someone if they can stop bullets easily with their minds after all. But she put all that aside as she looked at the answer he had put on the final question of the heroics written test. The question was made by Nizu to assess the student's mentality when it comes to heroics. And it worked for the last few years as they managed to dug out a few bad eggs among the students and properly handle them, much to the rat's delight. Sure, a few managed to get past it by faking an answer, but they are usually found it out after a few weeks of school. She looked to the answer that he had put and smiled. A hero that saves everyone with a smile, huh? She won't lie. She was rather intrigued with the answer. Sure, a few students had also given the same answer, but it's the elaboration that caught her attention. Those that gave the same answer usually have some fanaticism with All Might or thought it would make them more popular and likable. This kid, on the other hand, thought it would make the civilians calm down and be assured because of it, giving some hope towards them and making sure that everything is all right. The kid even elaborated that it could also be a good mental attack towards the villain as well, which made the rat curious about him. She can't help but pity the kid at that. The last time this happened, a student almost dropped out and kept muttering first rule of Nizu's training when they were about to meet him. The student became a fantastic hero after that, but the methods were rather concerning. She'd handle it later when it comes up. A peek at the clock made her wince a bit and start to tidy up her table to hurry. She had a class to meet after all. Izuku looked towards the giant door of Class 1A with a nervous gulp. The sheer size of the door intimidating him despite it making sense in a somewhat utility fashion need to make way for those that have giant mutations after all. Didn't calm his nerves though. If anything, it made him more nervous. Deep breaths, Izuku. You made it already. Don't let the stupid door intimidate you. Just walk through it and face the students who would probably question Weirdiest Weird Lion, probably judge it a Forito God. He mentally cut that train of thought and took another deep breath to empty his mind. He can do this. That's all. He opened the door and looked inside. The class was rather spacious. The tables were lined up neatly and probably nailed down to the floor with how still they were, or magnetized just to make it easier to move. With how advanced the tech was, it's possible. He looked towards the students and noticed only a few of them were there. At the back was a boy with two-toned red and white hair split down the middle. A boy with some sort of protrusions on his elbows, a rather timid-looking boy with a jagged head, a girl with purple hair, and some sort of cords flowing out of her ears. She was talking to a rather familiar girl. He smiled as Momo noticed him and waved him over with a smile. He walked towards her and sat across from her. The seat beside her was taken by the purple-haired girl. "Hey, Midoriya-kun." "Hey, Yayarosa-san. Glad we are in the same class. I was a bit worried about our placements, though after knowing your results I should not have been so," she said with a relieved smile. "Yeah, probably should have told you that," he said while scratching his cheek sheepishly. A cough was heard from their side, making them look towards the source. The girl from before was looking towards them in a deadpan manner, making them a bit embarrassed for ignoring her. "Sorry about that, Jiru-san." Momo apologized as the girl waved her off. "Midoriya-kun, this is Jiru Kyoka. We were just talking with each other about the practical test." "Jiru-san, this is Midoriya Izuku, the one I told you about," she explained. The now named Jiru looked towards him with a raised eyebrow and seemed to assess him for a minute, making him sweat under her gaze. "So you're the guy Yamamo won't shut up about?" she said, making Momo squeak in embarrassment while he blushed. "Jiru. I'm kidding." She broke out a smile as she tried to stifle her giggles. "Hey there, Yamamo told me a lot about you. Just call me Jiru," she said while holding out her hand with an easy smile. He took the hand and shook it. "Good things, I hope," he said with a little stutter. "You have no idea," she said with a teasing smile directed at Momo, making her a bit red in the face. After that, they just talked with each other. He noted that she had some serious interest in music when he randomly mentioned the tribute music for All Might, which made both of them discuss the intricacies and implications of tribute music, which seemed to be the only thing that's left about it, which made Jiru complain about all music only focusing on heroes only now, much to Midoriya's shock and Momo's amusement. As they talked, more and more students entered the class and all of them started to form their own group. Talking and getting to know each other, the more social students even migrate from group to group. Suddenly, all talking stopped as the door slid open and in entered Lady Nagant herself, making the students scramble to their seats as they whisper among each other. The heroine stepped to the pedestal and the students immediately quieted down just from a single look from her. Nagant had to suppress a proud smirk at that. The hobo was not the only one that could quiet them down with a look. "Morning, kids. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the year. You know me as Lady Nagant, but in class, just call me Nagant-sensei. It's better than Dagon-sensei anyways," she said, muttering the last part, much to the students' amusement. "Anyways, we got orientation after this, but it will take a while to start. So why don't you introduce yourself first? Some simple stuff really, name, quirks, and some interesting facts about yourself," she said, making them all nod. "All right, Sparkles, you're up," she said, making the French-speaking boy stand up. Izuku pulled out his new notebook as the introductions began. He specifically brought a new notebook to note down his classmates' quirks. His pencil moved without stopping as he even managed to make a quick sketch of his classmates. Some really caught his eye, like the jagged head boy Koda, the pink-skinned girl Mina, and the raven-headed boy Tokomi, just to name a few. He did have to suppress a chuckle when it was Bakugo's turn. "Bakugo Katsuki, my quirk allows me to make explosions through my sweat, and I'm going to be the #1 hero. You hear me, you extras?" "Manly," a red-haired boy exclaimed, making Izuku raise an eyebrow. "That's manly?" Nagant just brushed it off and let the introductions continue on, much to Bakugo's irritation. After the grape-haired boy finished his own intro, Izuku stood up to give his own. "Right, time to shine. Hello, everyone." He mentally cursed himself for the slight stutter. He needed to keep that in check. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. My quirk is called Orbit. It's pretty complicated, but it's basically telekinesis with a few extra steps. And I like Katsudon." There, that should be enough for now. His nervousness was starting to pop up, so he better sat down. Nagant narrowed her eyes a bit as she heard Izuku's introduction. Telekinesis with extra steps, huh? The file had said something about affecting gravitational forces when they had asked for details. Thoughts for later. As Momo finished her own introductions, Nagant stood up and pulled out a few things from under the pedestal and put them on her table. "Go get changed and wear this," After that, head to the main hall for your orientation. He'll meet you guys there," she said with a mysterious smile before heading out, making the students look among themselves before doing as she told. Izuku observed the clothes. They were blue with some white lines making the U letter on the upper part of the clothes, while the A was stretched out from the lower part of the clothes to the pants. He took them and proceeded to follow the rest to get changed in a hurry. He didn't want to miss out on the orientation. The students went out from the main hall as they all followed Nagant's lead. Some of them even groaned as they all exited the hall. "Oh man, that was so boring," the pink-skinned girl, Mina, exclaimed. "I know. I thought I would die just from the boredom alone," the floating clothes exclaimed. If he was not mistaken, she was Toru, the one with the invisible quirk. Nagant chuckled good-naturedly at that. Aizawa was the only one with the balls to skip out on it. The rest of them still need to attend because of Nisa's insistence. Aizawa is a bit of a stickler when it comes to time, and he feels like it was a waste of it. "Well, it's a good thing I have you changed then, 'cause I'm sure you will all have some fun after this," she said, making the students excited as they entered the vast field. All around them, there were a few things that caught their eyes. A field of sand, a running track on the other side, and some sort of jumping bar at their farther front. The field was also rather big, so there was enough space for everything. In front of them was a small circle, a bit anticlimactic when compared to the other equipment laying around. Nagant stopped in front of them and gestured to it. "All right then, can I have a volunteer?" she asked with a smile. Several hands shot up, making Nagant blink a few times before shrugging. "All right, Yaoyorozu, you first." She pointed her out, making Momo put her hand down as she smiled brightly and walked towards her, much to the other students' disappointment. "How far could you throw in middle school?" Momo was caught by surprise by the question, but answered it nonetheless. 72 meters, sensei." "Now stand in the circle and throw the ball." But Momo stops at the sudden exclamation and looked towards Nagant. She had an excited grin on her. "You can use your quirk to help you get a better score as long as you stay in the circle," she explained, making Momo return the excited grin. "As long as I stay in the circle, I can do anything then?" Yep. Those words made Momo's grin become a little bit more savage. Suddenly, she unzipped her shirt, revealing the black sports bra beneath and making some of the students exclaim in surprise. "Yamamo. Yaoyorozu. Relax, she's using her quirk. You need some open skin for your quirk to work, right?" Nagant asked. "Not exactly. It can still work, but the clothes would be ruined," she elaborated, making some of the students breathe a relieved sigh and nod understandingly. Having a clothing failure in the middle of a fight seemed rather troublesome and mortifying. A pinkish light started to glow from her exposed stomach, and suddenly a muzzle could be seen popping halfway out of it. After another bright shine, a large cannon now sat beside her. The students could only watch in awe as Momo threw the ball into the cannon and fired. Izuku mentally reviewed her quirk. It's called creation. She can basically make any non-organic material out of her lipids. The drawback was that she needs to know the composition of the materials she's making first, if not she can't make them. It was a pretty versatile quirk that needed a lot of work from her to even use it properly, as expected of someone that got recommended into UA. With a resounding boom, the ball was fired into the air as the students covered their ears. Their ears rang a bit, but Izuku could faintly hear a scream from among them. A glance to their teacher revealed Nagant smiling brightly at the show of destruction. Izuku can't help but wonder if their sensei really enjoyed these kinds of things. There was that theory where the quirks also helped form the user's personality. After a second, the students released their hands from their ears as they looked at the ball's smoke trail. They could barely even see it. "Now that's what I call going plus ultra. Nice job, Yaoyorozu." "It's nothing, sensei," Momo said humbly, though judging by the smile, even she was a bit proud from the compliment. Izuku, on the other hand, was looking around them, trying to locate where the scream came from. He then saw Jiru rubbing her ears as she winced a few times. "Her quirk," he mentally screamed as he widened his eyes, rushing towards her to check on her. Jiru's quirk was called earphone jack. The elongated earlobes that she had gave her enhanced hearing. It must have been rather painful for her when the cannon fired. He tapped her shoulder to get her attention, avoiding talking to not hurt her even more. Jairu at the moment was rather annoyed and in pain. At first, she was ready to snap at the person tapping her shoulder, but stopped when she saw it was Midoriya. Her breath hitched as she looked at him. His emerald green eyes were so expressive, showing care and concern towards her. It felt nice. Midoriya gestured to his own ears and back to her. Then he made a thumbs up with an unsure gesture. The message was clear to her. Are your ears okay? She nodded at him. Other than the enhanced hearing, her ears are also a bit more sturdier than normal to handle it. It was still painful as hell though. I'm fine, just need a minute, she told him, making him smile a little bit as he sighed in relief. She couldn't help but smile as she saw that. Now she could see why he's here. Just what little interaction they had already convinced her that Midoriya deserved to be here just by sheer virtue alone. Even the slight debate they had back at the class didn't really lower her views on him. If anything, it increases. It's fun to talk about something you enjoy with another person that understood it. Izuku stood beside her as he looked towards their sensei, once in a while checking on Kyoka to make sure she was really all right, much to her fluttering heart. Jairu, you okay? Their sensei called out. It seemed like she had noticed their little interaction. Jaira gave her a thumbs up as she gave a final rub on her ears. Momo had rushed towards them when she noticed, apologizing profusely despite Jaira's insistence that it was fine. Nagin, on the other hand, was looking at Izuku with an analytical look. He had immediately rushed towards her and even took precautions when trying to help his classmate. She gave an excited grin at that. Yeah, she's liking this kid even more. All right then, I think it's time I told you what that performance was for. She clapped her hands, returning the students' attention back towards her. Today we will be doing a quirk apprehension test. We will be doing the basic physical test, but this time you get to use your quirks to help you, she explained as the students started to look excited. One of them looked downright feral. 3 guesses to who that was. The first 2 don't count. This will help you find your quirk's limits and even see how you can use it a little bit more creatively. Yaoyorosa here got the right idea when throwing the ball. Using the cannon to throw it for you was downright genius. Momo blushed in embarrassment at that. Oh man, this is awesome. As expected of you, eh? Man, this is going to be fun. Fun, huh? Their sensei's words cut through their excitement. I know I said this will be fun, but please do remember that you are going to be heroes. This world is filled with trouble, from simple robbery to natural disasters. So I implore you to give your all in these 3 years. Go beyond, plus ultra style. Because trust me, it won't get any easier, she said with a bit of a somber tone. The students look a little bit down from it, unsure on what to do, but a few of them look determined. Well, guess that just means we need to stop it from happening then. Helping people is part of the job after all. They'll just blast away anything in my path. These words started to make the rest of the students perk up and smile along with them. Well, except for one certain grape nervously sweating. Nagant couldn't help but smile as she saw this. Not all students could enter UA after all. Those that managed to enter are basically the cream of the crop. Some of them might not be book smart, but heroics contained more than just simple knowledge. All right then, let's get this thing started, shall we? She asked, getting smiles all around. First came the sprint. Some of them seemed to take it like fish to water. Ida Tenya, the boy that had admonished him at the practical exams. The boy had exhaust pipes on his calves. If he recalled, it was called engine. It had given the boy some pretty enhanced speed if the timer was correct. A few of his own classmates did manage to gain some pretty impressive scores with their own quirks, though some did pretty bad as well, with Aoyama falling midway and Mineta not managing to bounce far enough thanks to his own short stature. It didn't take long for his own turn to come up, and unsurprisingly he was paired with Bakugo. As they walked up to the track, their eyes met. A subtle tension could be felt from the both of them, the students looking a little nervous as they noticed it. Nagant also narrowed her eyes. Both of them had come from the same middle school, but it seems like the connection between them ran far deeper. Izuku stood on the starting line and assumed a running position, his breathing becoming more controlled and even-paced. He could feel the world around him becoming a little more sharper as he activated Shroud. A subtle pressure filled his body, flowing through and around him. The flow of power never stopped, quickly filling his body to the point it almost burst. The students gasped slightly as they could see some sort of barrier forming around him. They could see the very air part around his body. Some of them even wondered if this was what he meant by telekinesis with extra steps. Bakugo gritted his teeth in anger as he saw this, but ignored it as he stood on the starting line beside Izuku, aiming his hands to his back as he hunched forward. He would make sure the damn nerd ate his dust. The robot then fired off, signaling their time had started. Bakugo ran as his explosions boosted him forward, propelling himself into the air as he flew towards the finish line. Eat shit and die, Deku. Bakugo mentally screamed as he flew, his savage grin clear for all to see. However, Izuku didn't stay idle either. He breathed, and suddenly he was propelled forward by an invisible force. The air parted around him as he literally carved through the air to reach the finish line. He easily passed Bakugo and crossed the finish line, which was followed shortly by Bakugo. A faint call of 2.50 seconds for Izuku while it stated 4.13 seconds for Bakugo. Izuku slid through the ground as he dragged his feet to stop himself. He inhaled a large amount of air before releasing it with a huff. He was still trying to figure out how to maintain his shroud state. So far, he only managed to make it stay active, but using it while consciously using his quirk was rather hard. It fluctuated rather erratically and made it harder to maintain when doing so. His best bet was to keep doing what he was doing. Keep training with it to the point it became natural. Unknowingly, he had caused quite a ruckus among his classmates. Some of them were rather surprised by the sudden show of power from the plain kid. A good chunk of them even needed to reassess their opinions of Izuku. Bakugo, however, was gritting his teeth in frustration. All that training, all that time spent trying to improve himself, yet the damn nerd was still able to outpace him. It frustrated him, but he held it in for now. The past few years had taught him how to be patient and rein his anger in. His constant interactions with Izuku had made him realize a few things, but he still held on to his vision on what made a true hero. A hero that never loses, that always wins no matter what. That was a true hero. However, as he was now, he won't be able to become that. So he'll keep training, pushing himself to the breaking point, until he finally leaves Deku in the dust. The test then went on. Izuku continued to manage pretty well through all of them. The grip strength test had him pushing the limits of the device. The standing long jump had him completely clear it with a simple boost. The repeated side steps were cleared by simply rappelling his sides in a certain tempo to keep moving without stopping. Only Mineta seemed to catch up with him on it. However, the most notable thing that had happened to him was Ida suddenly approaching him. Midoriya-san. Why yes. He jumped, looking at the source and slumped a bit. It was the mean guy from back then. What does he want now? He mentally complained. He had specifically avoided him when the other boys saw him enter the class. No need to cause trouble on the first day after all. Midoriya-san, I wish to apologize. The words that came out, however, surprised him. Apologize? Yes, after recalling what happened back at the entrance exam, I was filled with a sense of shame. I never even bothered to think that you might have also been nervous about the exam and put the spotlight on you. I am terribly sorry. The rather stiff boy said, his hands waving like a robot as he did so. His hands also start to wave around nervously. And no, it's fine. My muttering can be a bit distracting sometimes, but I do appreciate the apology. Ida seemed to smile a bit at that. Both of them continued to talk past it and hit it off rather well too. Izuku noting more about his quirk while Ida was a bit impressed with the amount of knowledge that Izuku possessed when it comes to quirks. Hey Midoriya, a sudden voice called out, making him jump as he swiveled around and looked to the source. Oh hey, it's the brown-haired girl from before, he thought, Yurariko Ochako. She smiled brightly as she approached him. Hey, I never really get to talk to you after the exam, but thanks. Thanks? For what? For saving me from the zero-pointer, you dummy. I thought I was a goner back there, she said while sighing depressively at the end. Oh that. It was nothing really. I just did what anyone would do in that situation. He played it off. But you still did it. So thank you, she said with an intense look in her eyes. Seemed like she wasn't budging about it. Of course, he sighed as his sweat dropped. Afterwards, they continued on with the test with both Momo and Jiru joining their group, both of them conversing among themselves as they went through the test. The next test was the ball throw. Momo had already done it, so she was exempted. Their group managed it pretty well with Uraraka even managing to gain infinity, when it was her turn on the ball throw, much to their shock. Then it was seated toe touch where they needed to show off their flexibility, much to Izuku's own screaming back. It was the only test that he struggled on. Afterwards, it was the endurance run, where they all ran on the track for however long they could. By the end, only Izuku and Momo were left, Izuku thanks to his strenuous physical training and Momo making a solar-powered scooter. Nagant had to force them to stop as it had started eating into their time. She then rounded up all the students as she finished the calculations on her phone. All right, you all did pretty well. If you did give it your all like I asked you to, then you should be able to judge where your limits are by now. They'll show you the results of the test. Suddenly, a hologram pops out from her phone, displaying their rankings. 1. Midoriya Izuku. 2. Yaoyorozu Momo. 3. Todoroki Shoto. 4. Bakugo Katsuki. 5. Ida Tenya. 6. Tokoyami Fumikichi. 7. Shoji Mizo. 8. Azui Tsuyu. 9. Ojiro Masashiro. 10. Kirishima Ijiro. 11. Ashido Mina. 12. Yurariko Ochako. 13. Kota Koji. 14. Sato Rikido. 15. Aoyama Yuga. 16. Shiro Hanta. 17. Kaminari Denki. 18. Jiru Kyoka. 19. Hagakure Toru. 20. Mineta Minoru. Some groans and exclamations could be heard as they all looked at their scores. Izuku, on the other hand, was looking blankly towards it. He couldn't believe he was first among them. He looked towards other names below him and subtly peeked at Bakugo when he realized he was fourth. Instead of frothing at the mouth because of the results, the explosive blonde only scoffed as he looked at it angrily, as if it had insulted his whole lineage. Granted, it's not that different, but when it came to Bakugo LLL kill you, Katsuki, it's a pretty major improvement. Maybe he did change a bit after all. Nagant whistled as she looked at the results. Well, you've seen the results. Those that did pretty well, good job, keep up the work. Those that don't, however, keep working hard or you'll get left behind. The environment around UA here is pretty competitive, and trust me, getting left behind sucks, she said with a smile, making some of the students in the bottom 10 stare back at her with determined looks. She's liking these kids more and more already. Well then, that's it for today. You all can go back home now. Your syllabus and schedules should be on your desk by now, so remember to pick it up before heading home. See you kids tomorrow. She waved them goodbye as she headed back towards the teacher's lounge. Bye, sensei. Izuku sighed as he headed back towards the classroom along with the rest of his classmates, talking with his own group of friends as they changed back into their uniforms and prepared to head back home. Man, who would have thought we would do something like this on the first day, Jiru sighed. Well, it is UA after all. We should expect the unexpected, Momo advised. That is true, though I do admit being surprised by having Lady Nagant as our homeroom teacher. Ito wave-chopped his hand. Izuku absently nodded at that as he headed out of the school with his friends. Say, Midoriya, you seemed pretty intense when doing the sprint test with that Bakugo guy. Why is that? Uraraka asked curiously. Izuku stopped and blinked at that. Was it really that obvious? Uraraka noticed him freezed up and suddenly panicked that you don't have to answer that if you don't wanna. No one is forcing you, just saying. Izuku merely waved it away. Honestly, it's fine. It will come up sooner or later anyways, he said, making Uraraka sigh in relief. Bakugo and I came from the same middle school. We both knew each other since we were kindergartners. He was basically the first friend I made back then, and we were pretty close, he said, capturing the group's attention. Ever since his quirk came, his ego started to swell. Didn't help that everyone kept praising and complimenting him all the time. It made me a bit disappointed seeing him turn out that way. He continued on. That's why I made a promise to myself to make sure he doesn't make any trouble and rein him in if he ever goes too far. It's the least I could do, really. He ended with a sigh. He never really liked the current Bakugo. However, for Aunt Mitsuki's sake, he would help keep an eye on him. After the death of Masaru, Bakugo was the only family she had left. It helped that deep down, he also wanted his old friend Kachin back. Midoriya, I didn't know you cared so much about him, Momo said with a bit of awe. Midoriya suddenly made a disgusted face at that. Oh no, the guy is a pain in the ass. I would happily kick the bastard's face in without questions if someone asked. The sudden 180 caught everyone by surprise. Ida was sputtering as Momo gave a scandalized gasp, while both Uraraka and Jairu were busy laughing. As Ida tried to reprimand him about using such crude language, Izuku couldn't help but smile a bit wistfully. He didn't have many friends, if any at all, back at Aldera. Having some here in UA made him pretty happy. To have someone he can rely on other than his own mother. It felt nice. Chapter 4. Izuku sighed as he sat down on his seat. It seems like he was the first to arrive, as there was no one in the class yet. Made sense, really. He always woke up early to exercise, and he had finished it early today to not be late. Turned out he didn't have to worry about it, as he still had quite a bit of time left. His musing was interrupted as the door slid open and entered Momo. He smiled and waved at her, which was returned brightly. "Morning, Midoriya-kun. You're early," she said as she approached her desk. "Yeah, I finished my exercise early to get here. Turns out it was too early," he lamented with a sheepish smile. Momo merely giggled lightly before sitting down and conversing with him. It didn't take long before other students started to stream into the class. Jairu immediately joined them when she entered, followed by both Ochako and Ida when they arrived. The bell rang as the final student, Kaminari, hurriedly entered the class, much to the blonde's relief. The students hurried to their seats as they heard footsteps approaching, sitting in their respective seats as Nagant entered the class and stepped up to the podium. She smiled as the students seemed happy to see her, feeling like she made a good impression yesterday. "Morning, everyone." "Morning, Nagant-sensei," they chorused. "All right, it's time we do something important for the class." She clasped her hands as she looked towards them, making them lean forwards from their seats in anticipation. "Time to decide for class representatives," she exclaimed, making the students stand up in excitement. "Let me be the class rep. It'll make our class even more fun." "No, let me. It'll make us sparkle like stars." "No way. You need to be manly to be a class rep." "Shut up. Extras like you won't even know how to lead a fish. He'll be the class rep." Izuku sighed as he heard Katsuki's words. Did he think people would accept him with those words? Izuku looked around the class as some of his classmates all gave their input on what they would do if they got chosen for it. It was no surprise, really. Being a class representative in class was training to lead heroes in the future. Those that lead are always looked up to and relied on. Some might find it daunting, but others would take it up with vigor with their own varying reasons. To Izuku, he was interested in such a position, but he decided to let their sensei handle it. She knew more about how to appoint leaders thanks to her experience in the field. Plus, he felt like he might screw things up if he did gain it. "Calm down now, sit back down. I already have a way to appoint your class rep," she said sternly, making the students sit down dejectedly. "Well, set up a vote to determine who will be the class rep. The highest vote will win, while the second highest will be the vice rep," she explained. Ida nodded in agreement at that. That seems reasonable, a diplomatic way to ascertain who would be the most suitable for the role. "As expected of you, Nagant-sensei," he praised, making Nagant laugh a little nervously. "I think you're giving me too much credit there, Ida," she thought to herself. "But sensei, do you think this is wise?" Azui-Kyu raised her hand. The frog girl doesn't reveal any emotion on her face, but her tone has some underlying doubt. "We barely know each other after all. So how do we know if our classmates are suitable for it?" she said, making some of them murmur in agreement. "It's exactly why this is the perfect time to elect a class rep. Whoever gets the most votes will show that they are already the most trustworthy and reliable among you. In the field, you have no time to get to know each other. Split-second decisions must be made. That's why those that manage to gain trust and reliability the fastest will always be referred to as the leader," she explained, making them nod in understanding. Take All Might, for example. If he was in there in any villain attack, the local heroes will immediately refer to him. Because All Might is usually someone that can be trusted and relied on, making him the perfect leader. Izuku unconsciously interrupted her, making the students look towards him. This had the effect of making Izuku blush in embarrassment as he realized what he had done. Sorry for the interruption, sensei." He apologized. "It's fine, Midoriya-kun, but he is right. All Might's exuberant nature pretty much made him the go-to guy whenever there's trouble. There's a reason why he is number one after all," she said with a smile. The students smiled at that, now having their own choices on who the class rep should be in their minds. Nagant then tore up a few pieces of paper and distributed it among them. Put the name of the student of your choice on the paper. They'll pick it up after all of you are done. Izuku bit his pen as he thought over his choices. Ida seemed like a good choice, but his strict attitude and being a bit of a stickler towards the rules would be rather bad for the more free-spirited classmates. His mind then went to Yaoyorozu next. She was already rather impressive in both mental and physical departments. Even in terms of social skills, she seemed to get along rather well with anyone. Most of the girls in class flocked to her naturally, and she seemed to handle it well. She's perfect for the position in his eyes. Writing down her name on the paper, he passed it to Nagant as she started to make her rounds in the class. Collecting all the votes and counting the results, she gave a knowing smile as she wrote down the final votes on the whiteboard. Guess she should have expected it. Izuku, on the other hand, was looking at the board with twitching eyebrows as he looked at it in shock. Midoriya Izuku 4. Yaoyorozu Momo 3. Who the hell voted for me? He thought in shock. The next thing he knew, he was already up in the front with Momo right beside him. She was disappointed that she didn't get the position, but being the vice rep was already enough for her. It helped that Izuku would also be with her when doing any work for the role. She felt rather happy about it for some reason. Midoriya is the class rep, huh? He seems pretty cool. Yeah, I can see him as our class rep. Izuku, hearing those words, felt a little bit more confident now. His classmates had chosen and accepted him. It's only fair if he tried to live up to it as best as he could, for their sake if not his. Izuku took a deep breath as he stood before them. His back visibly straightened as his nervousness disappeared. His presence changed as if the Midoriya Izuku in front of them had changed into a completely different person. I promise to do my best to live up to your expectations. I'll aid you in any way I can. It doesn't matter what it is. If you have any problems or concerns, come to me. I'll help you. He spoke. The sheer sincerity and determination behind those words captured their attention. Even the simple, "I'll help you" words held so much conviction, as if the act of not even helping them was unacceptable to even think about. It was rather intimidating yet inspiring. That is so manly. We have nothing to worry about with you around now. Man, I'm pumped. The excitement of the student was rather overwhelming for him. He just spoke out the words deep within his heart. So he was a little confused on why they were so excited over it. As inspiring as that speech is, you don't need to take on such a heavy burden so early. You're still students, so don't be afraid to ask for some help and take a few breaks in Midoriya. It's why the vice rep is there after all, Nagant said to him with a smile, making him rub his head in embarrassment. Honestly, you made it sound like you were going to do all the work. Momo pouted, making Izuku sputter. Well, that wasn't my intention. I just want to help people and speak my heart out. He smiled while rubbing his head. The sheer presence he had back then had receded and returned him to his usual self. It was rather jarring. However, the act had already cemented itself within the student's mind. Midoriya Izuku unknowingly had captured the minds of his classmates with such a simple act. Charisma was a rather scary thing when used unknowingly. At his seat, Bakugo silently fumed to himself as he observed Izuku's little display. Damn Deku. The class continued after the election ended. English had present mic teaching them. The blonde hero had tried to liven up the class with his usual exuberance, much to varying results. Then came mathematics, which was taught by ectoplasm. Most of the students had a hard time trying to pay attention thanks to the hero's more monotone way of teaching. When the bell rang and the hero left for the teacher's lounge, the students were more than happy to leave the class for some much-needed break. When the class arrived at the cafeteria, they were rather shocked by how packed the place was. Man, there sure is a lot of people here, huh? Kaminari idly commented as he waited in line to get his food. The principal did say all courses share the same break time. Zero reminded him. As expected of UA. With Izuku on the other hand, he was humming happily as he went to find a seat. Turned out the chef that made all the food was Lunch Rush himself. He was a hero that is known to make food for disaster relief, making him a rather popular hero. He had spent quite a bit of time asking for the man's autograph. Izuku saw Momo waving him over to her, causing him to make his way to the table and sit down next to her. He noticed that to her right was Jairu, followed by Mina. Across from her was Kirishima, beside whom were Ida and Ochako, who happened to sit across from him. With a brief Ida Kamasu, everyone dug into their food. Izuku happily ate his katsudon. So class rep, what are you planning? Mina asked him, making him gulp down his food and look towards Mina curiously. Planning? Oh hey, he didn't stutter. Score. Yeah. Do you have anything planned for the class? Trips? Some celebrations? Well, I'm not sure on that yet. It's still the second day after all, he replied. He is right, Mina, Kirishima added. It's still rather early, so let the guy eat in peace. He said diplomatically. I was just curious, Kiri. She defended herself with a faux pout, causing some giggles to occur among them. Besides, if they need some help to plan for some fun events for the class, then I'm all down for it, she said excitedly. Well, be sure to keep that in mind, Ishido-san, Momo said. Up. It's mine and none of that, Ishido. That's my father. Call me Mina. We're gonna be here for 3 years after all, so we should get the formality out of the way, she reasoned. Be very well then, Mina. Momo stuttered, a bit unused to the casual way of speaking, but from the looks of it, she seemed rather happy with it. So Midori, Mina suddenly swiveled her attention to him, making him perked up suddenly. Midori? He asked in confusion. Damn it, the stutter was back. Yeah, it fits. Do you not like it? And no. It's fine. I was just a bit surprised. She seemed to accept the explanation. So who did you vote on? I voted for Yamamo here. Really? Yeah. You were awesome yesterday, and you seem like a good fit for it, she explained her reason. Same here, actually. You were manly, Kirishima added. Thanks. She was a bit confused from the sudden exclamation, but accepted it nonetheless. I voted for you too, actually, Izuku admitted, making Momo look towards him in shock. You did? Yep. You are already rather smart thanks to how much knowledge is needed to master your quirk. Plus the fact that you seem to get along with everyone pretty well. You are pretty dependable, and I believe you're perfect for the job, he absent-mindedly said, but the sincerity was still there. Unknowingly, this had made Momo turn red. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, she shyly said. No problem. You voted for her, huh? I voted for you, Uraraka suddenly exclaimed. You did? Yep. You saved me back in the entrance exam when no one did. You gained my vote just from that, she happily said. Indeed. You acted as a proper hero would in those types of situations. It's one of the reasons why you have my vote, Ida added, making Izuku even more shocked at the sudden revelations. Who else voted for me? He asked weakly. Momo and Jairu raised their hands as well, their smiles a bit sheepish, but it's clear that they agreed with both Uraraka and Ida. What can I say, Green? You are just that likable, Jairu shrugged, already calling him by a nickname. Izuku couldn't help but smile a bit at that. Having people that trust and believe in him felt nice. He just hoped he could live up to it. After lunchtime was over, the students headed back towards class and were all animatedly talking to each other. The subject of their discussion was clear. Their heroics class teacher. Wonder who would be teaching us. I mean, it's the heroic class. They must be experts at it to be able to teach it, UA. Suyu bluntly spoke. Maybe it's one of the top 10 heroes? Siro asked curiously. It's unlikely. The top 10 heroes would be far too busy with their work to be able to attend class. Momo softly rejected the notion, making some of the students slumped in disappointment. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from outside the class, making them straighten their backs as they leaned forward excitedly, their gazes trained on the door as they awaited the teacher's arrival. The door slid open as a familiar voice rang out. Afternoon class. The students slumped in disappointment when seeing Nagant entering instead, something that she picked up on when entering the class. Hey, what's with the long faces? She asked worriedly. It's nothing, Sensei. We thought it was our heroics teacher coming in. We were kind of curious on who it would be, Mina said a bit dejectedly. Speaking of the subject, why are you here, Nagant-sensei? Kaminari asked curiously. Oh, it wasn't obvious? They'll be teaching you guys heroics classes this year, she said with a toothy smile. Nagant merely looked on in amusement when seeing their shocked looks. It was rare for a teacher to cover 2 subjects. After all, the amount of workload would be gigantic. But she didn't care. The reason why she joined UA was to teach kids how to be proper heroes. And she'd be damned if some paperwork would stop her. That didn't mean it's easy to handle, though. Yep, you heard me right. And today we're going to jump right into things, she said while pulling up a card with battle written across the card. Combat training. Combat. Katsuki savagely spoke, excited over the prospect. And with that, you guys are going to need these. She pulled out a remote and clicked a button. Suddenly, a section of the wall popped out and revealed suitcases within, each with its own designated number. Costumes. The students jumped up in excitement. The suits with your seating number are yours. The support companies that sponsored the school had followed the specs of your costumes as closely as they could. She explained as the students rushed to their suitcases and looked at them excitedly. Get changed quickly and meet me at ground beta. I trust that you know the way? She asked them with an amused smile because of their excitement. It's like seeing kids at a candy store. Can't really blame them, though. She could still remember her excitement when she first got her costume. Yes, sensei, was the unanimous reply. Great. They'll see you guys there. She gave her final words before setting out for the training ground, leaving the students to their devices. They made their way to the locker room to get changed. Some of them were even vibrating from the excitement. They were finally training to be heroes. What's not to be excited about? Suddenly, the locker room's door opened and some students entered. One of them had sandy blonde hair with gray eyes, a white-haired boy with no lips, and a gray-haired student with weird eyebrows, just to describe a few. Well, the blonde boy spoke. His voice sounded a little nasally and shrewd. The timetables show that heroics only happen after the lunch break, and P.E classes are always in the morning. That must mean you guys are from 1A, right? He asked with a little manic look in his eyes. Something tells me this might not end well, Izuku thought to himself as his classmates looked among themselves in confusion. The glint in the boy's eyes is unnerving. Yeah, we are, Kirishima, always the brave one replied. Well, we are from 1B, the other heroic class in UA. And we are here to tell you, you are no match for us, the boy said while looking at them with a manic smile. Izuku sighed as he heard familiar crackling sounds popping. He was worried about this. The hell did you say? Katsuki screamed out angrily as explosions kept popping out of his hands. Nobody blamed him, though. Some of his classmates were also glaring at the blonde boy. Why am I wrong? I heard 1A was supposed to be the best, but I don't see what the fuss is all about. The blonde-haired boy continued, making Bakugo snarl in anger as he got dangerously close to the boy. That's his cue to step in. All right, calm down, Bakugo. Izuku stepped up as he blocked Katsuki from moving closer. Get out of my way, Deku, he growled threateningly. Look, you need to stand down. Unlike Aldera, UA won't hesitate to expel you if you cause some major trouble here. Besides, he provoked us first, so we can still salvage this. He placated Katsuki, looking at him with a hard look in his eyes as he whispered to him. Katsuki glared at him but relented. He didn't want to admit it, but the damn nerd was right. Unlike their shitty middle school, UA was strict about its policies. That didn't mean he had to like it, though. TCH, he clicked his tongue, looking away. Ho, is the dog's bark stronger than its bite? I guess I should have expected that from 1A, the boy continued, making Izuku narrow his eyes and glare at him, causing him to flinch from the sudden action. Look, I don't know what's your problem with us, but we got a class to attend, so why don't we suit up and continue this later? I'm sure our teachers won't appreciate us being late, he said while giving the rest of the 1B boys a hard look as if challenging them to try and fight back. Some of them were rather unnerved by it. Monoma, a voice called out, directing their attention to a newly arrived chubby boy with short, ice blue hair and a round face. What did Kendo-san tell you? The boy asked rhetorically while looking exasperated. TCH, try not to make any troubles, the boy, Monoma, said with a grimace. And here you are, the boy finished with a tired sigh. The boy gave another hard look at Monoma before looking towards 1A and bowed. I apologize for my classmate's behavior. As the vice rep, I should keep a better eye on him. I hope you can forgive him for his behavior. The boy spoke. The sincerity was clear behind his words. Shota? Monoma asked in surprise. Izuku, seeing that the time was short, decides it's best to cut it short for now. It's fine, though I hope he can resolve whatever problem he has with us. He glances at Monoma, who scoffed at him. "Now come on, we should finish getting changed. We're late already," he said, making the other students rush to get changed as well. Izuku sighed as he opened his suitcase. Something told him this was going to be a long day. At least he got to see his costume, though. Nagant tapped her foot repeatedly, looking at the clock as she was starting to feel a little impatient. Besides her stood Kinsekijuro, also known as the blood hero Vlad King. The man was very tall and had a bulky and muscular build with lightly tanned skin, a few visible scars showing on his left cheek and the left side of his notably thick neck. He had short pale gray hair which was spiked upwards, away from his face, the only exception to this being the small clump of hair that hangs down over the left of his forehead. His eyes were very small and thin, and he had a wide mouth with two prominent lower canines, which appeared even when his mouth was closed. He also wore a blood-red suit which left his chest exposed with silver gauntlets, boots, and belt. A tube can be seen connecting from the back of his neck to his left gauntlet to better use his quirk. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 1B, and he was here to help her train the students in heroics. "They're late," she thought to herself as she looked around her. Only the girls of both classes, who were happily chatting with one another, were present while the boys were nowhere to be seen. Did something happen? Maybe she should have been there with them to lead the way. Maybe they had gotten lost or something. Hearing the footsteps coming from the entrance, she sighed as the boys finally entered ground beta in their costumes. She observed them as some of the boys entered. Some of the costumes made sense and fit their motives, though she might need to talk to some of them about wearing casual clothes to a villain fight. Kaminari did not look safe at all. Some padding might be needed. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as they made it here without any trouble. If trouble did happen, things were going to get a lot more hectic and they'd be late. He looked down at himself. He was currently wearing a dark green jumpsuit with some black linings around them. There's a detachable hood attached to it with ears popping out of it similar to All Might's hair bangs with a raised collar. Protective paddings were sewn into his shoulders, sides, knees, and elbows. He was also wearing a dark silver metal-plated gauntlet, greaves, and boots. He also has silver utility belts where there are first aid kits inside along with some smoke pellets. On his face, he is wearing visor-like goggles that when in certain lighting darkened, leaving only his eyes visible, but they would look pupil-less for the intimidation factor. Attached to his goggles were metal pieces that cover the sides and the back of his head to act as a helmet, leaving his hair uncovered. He also installed a gas mask that would filter in the air into the helmet that can appear at will. His mother had given him the jumpsuit, something that he had appreciated. But he knew that he's going to need a lot more protection than just some simple paddings, something his mother had wholeheartedly agreed with. She'd be damned if a villain hurt her son just because he was unprepared. He was glad that the support companies had followed his request to a T with some of their additions. The hood was just something he added to honor All Might, but it's all there is on it, a simple detachable hood. He knew it might become a bit troublesome in a fight if a villain caught it. That's why he made it detachable. "Whoa, Midoriya, you look pretty cool." Izuku looked up as he heard Uraraka approach him. "I should have been a bit more specific with mine. It was supposed to be a spacesuit, but it looks skin-tight instead." She laughed nervously as Izuku widened his eyes and turned red from the sight. Her costume was a black skin-tight suit, with a pink line coming down the middle with two black dots on it, with her shoulders being colored pink as well. She also wore pink bracers with boots that reached her knees. She had a headset with a visor on it. All in all, she looked like an astronaut. The skin-tight costume had also accentuated all her curves pretty nicely. "Why, you look great, Uraraka-san," he said with a bright blush, making Uraraka smile prettily at that. "I agree with Uraraka here. You look dope green," Jiru said, making Izuku look towards her. She wore a simple black jacket that only reached her midsection with a red tattered shirt underneath. She wore black pants with some sort of speakers attached to her boots. The outfit fitted her snugly as she smiled at him. "You're going with a rock motif, Jiro-san?" he asked her curiously. "Yep." "Midoriya-kun," Momo called out, making Izuku look towards her and widen his eyes as his blush increased. Momo wore sleeveless red spandex with white linings on her waist and shoulder. She wore red gloves that reached her elbows with red boots that reached her knees. One of her gloves also had some sort of white keypad on it. There were some paddings that can be seen on her shoulder, elbows, and knees, making it look a little more protective. She wore some sort of yellow belt that wrapped around her twice and a gray visor on her eyes that was attached to earpieces on the side of her head. But the source of Izuku's blush is that the outfit itself was rather skin-tight, highlighting her ahem assets rather nicely. The only thing he was thankful for was that it's not that revealing. The materials in her costume were able to repair itself, thus allowing her to use her quirk without ruining her clothes. Amazing how far technology had gone with the rise of quirks. "Why were you late?" she asked with a concerned tone. He was about to answer her before Vlad King interjected. "You're late," he said simply, but despite that, it was clear he was angry. "We had some altercations at the locker room. It won't happen again, sir." Ida apologized, though his words did make some of the boys from 1A and 1B look at each other with wary looks. Both sides had not made a good impression thanks to Bakugo and Monoma, but most of the blame can be thanked by the latter. Vlad didn't seem convinced, but grunted in acceptance. Nagant narrowed her eyes at the sudden tension between the boys, comparing them to the friendlier attitude the girls have with each other. The difference was rather jarring. Anyway, she decided to cut to the chase. "You might be wondering why the other class is also here, right?" she asked, making some of the students nods. "That's because, throughout the years, both heroic classes had some rather, well, explosive rivalry between each other," she said, making the boys of both classes look at each other with the same wary gaze. Well, with the way things are going between them, she won't be wrong. It wasn't until in their third year did the rivalries become a bit more friendly. "That's why I decided to nip that in the bud," she exclaimed with a grin. "Heroes need to put aside their differences and work together. Rivalries are good and all, but if it was formed on toxic foundations, then it will hinder your growth instead," Vlad added. That's why Nagant had proposed both classes work together on their first heroics class. Nizu had been delighted when Nagant had proposed it. The rivalries between both classes had become a little heated over the years, making the sports festival even more explosive than normal. It didn't help the fact that some of the more big-head students in both classes were causing more trouble and inciting the flames even more. By introducing them to each other early on, it would help create some bridges between classes before the rivalries get too heated. The classes would get to improve each other, and the staff wouldn't have to worry about the school getting destroyed on a daily basis. It's a win-win situation. Even with the budget UA has, replacing everything daily would put a large dent on it. "Sensei," an armored boy, Ida, judging by the voice and hand chops, raised his hand. "We are currently at the site where the entrance exam was held. Are we fighting robots again?" he asked. "Nope. We are moving a few steps ahead." Nagant smiled toothfully. "We're doing team battles," she explained excitedly. "At first I was planning for some simple bomb or hostage situations, but I scrapped it. I decided something much, much more fun." She elaborated with a dangerous smile. "What do you have in mind, Sensei?" Mina asked excitedly. "Oh, something fun. I'm liking where this is going," a seaweed-haired girl said. For some reason, Nagant's smile became even more dangerous. At her side, Vlad sighed as he heard this. Only those that had learned under and interacted with Nagant knew this, but she is rather unorthodox when making plans. "We're doing a battle royale," she revealed. "Eh," the students exclaimed. "Yep. However, since this is supposed to be group work, we're going to make teams of 2 out of all of you. Each team will have 1 person from each class." She elaborated, the students having varying reactions to it. The girls were excited while some of the guys were rather hesitant. Something Nagant noticed. "Seems like some of you have some reservations about working with each other. However, I would like to remind you that these people here will be your co-workers in the future. It's best you settle your differences here and now to make things easier. Understood?" The boys' reservations did lessen except for a select few. Their sensei was right after all. "All right, time to make some teams," Vlad called out. He grabbed 2 boxes that were laying beside him and put it before him. One was colored red, the other blue. The red had the letter A and the blue one had the letter B on it. "All right, line up. Class A on the red box and Class B on the blue box. Inside is a piece of paper with a letter written on it. Whoever has the same letter as you will be your partner for the trial," he explained. "Sensei, are you sure this is wise? Why not pair our partners with those that are suitable?" Ida asked. "That's because in the field, You don't know what kind of heroes that will be aiding you. Making it random will be great practice for us to get used to such things. Izuku answered. Midoriya-kun, there is right. There's a lot of things that can happen when a villain attacks. Random allies is one of them. Nagant added. I see. Apologies for the intrusion, sensei. Nagant waved off the apology as she made sure the students followed Vlad's orders. The students then lined up and started drawing lots. One by one, the students paired up with each other from the other class. Some were rather happy with their results. Hey Mina, you're with me. The seaweed-haired girl called out. Setsuna, we're gonna rock this thing. Mina replied happily. Yeah. It seems like we're partners, Yaruza-san, an orange-haired girl with teal eyes said to Momo, making her smile brightly. I'm looking forward to it, Kendo-san. Others, not so much. Ah, we're the same. Kirishima and the boy with the weird eyebrows exclaimed together as they activated their quirks to showcase themselves. Kirishima had hardened his body with hardening, while the other boy had turned his body into metal. That's unmanly. They both flinched as the other had said the same thing. Stop copying me. They both roared as they clashed their foreheads together. Huh, why the hell am I stuck with this prick? Katsuki demanded as he was paired with Monoma. Humph, I could say the same thing about you. You damn ruffian. Monoma replied. What did you say? Katsuki growled out as he tried to rein in his anger despite almost frothing in the mouth. Izuku, on the other hand, had already drawn his lot and was looking around. Has anyone here gotten the letter D? He hesitantly asked. I did. A monotone-sounding voice called out. He looked towards the source and saw a black-haired girl with cerulean eyes. She wore a red bodysuit that accentuated her athletic figure. Her suit had white linings on her collar and upper body, which formed a V. She also wore a white skirt with a utility bag beside it. She had a white vambrace with white boots that seemed to meld into her pants. Atop her head was a red cap with a white fin on top. Other utility bags of varying sizes can be seen around her, 2 on her shoulders, 2 on each vambraces. Oh, hello, Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, he stuttered out with a smile. Man, this keeps happening whenever he's near a girl. The girl stared at him for a second, as if sizing him up before taking his hand. Kodai Yui, she simply said, you're kinda cute. Izuku turned crimson at that. WWW what? Before he could ask her to elaborate on it, Nagant had called for their attention. All right, how this will work is like this. Every single one of you will enter ground beta towards the locations that we had given to you. Hey, erase the map, she said before showing the map on the screen behind her. Memorize it correctly, you'll need it. Her words made the students stare at the map with varying levels of intensity. In order to win this, your team needs to be the last one standing. To disqualify someone, you will need to wrap your opponent with these capture tapes. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as it's wrapped around them, it will count. She continued on, not noticing the mischievous or dangerous smiles that some of the students have. However, we will keep an eye on things. If we feel like the situation has gone too far, we will tell you to stop. Is that clear? She asked seriously, making them nod in understanding. Any questions? Yes, sensei. Ida raised his hand. Yes, Ida? What does this exercise have to do with heroics? Ida asked curiously. Well, this is to simulate what would happen when a large group of villains attack, she said, making them look on in confusion. Huh. Imagine this. You have multiple villains around the city. You and your partner are the only heroes around. This will aid you in locating multiple villains at once, while making sure you can still apprehend every single one of them. Trust me, this kind of thing happens a lot more than you might think. Nagant elaborated. How so? Uraraka asked curiously. The smarter villains always kept to the shadows, backroom deals, arms trading, you name it. If those trades happen in mass quantities, you need to trail and apprehend all of them without involving civilians, Vlad answered. Granted, since this is still a class, you are getting a far easier and manageable version of it. Vlad finished, making the students nod in understanding. Now each team, please come here as we call you. Then head towards the designated location and wait. The trial will start 10 minutes after the last team has left. Is that clear? Nagant asked. Yes, sensei, they chorused. After that, Izuku and his partner waited for their team to be called on. Izuku was too nervous to talk and Kodai seemed content with staying quiet. After a minute, Izuku decided to make some conversations. "So Kodai-san," he called out for her attention. "What's your quirk?" he asked curiously. She blinked for a few seconds before answering. "I call it size. I can alter the size of any objects I previously touched. It doesn't work on living things though, and I need to press my fingers together to activate it," she explained. Izuku got stars in his eyes as he pulled out a notebook from somewhere and started writing. "Is there a limit to how big or small you make them? What's the biggest you've made something? Does it become heavier as well?" he asked rapidly, making Kodai blink a bit. Izuku blushed as he realized what he did. Sorry, I always have an interest in quirks," he admitted nervously. "It's fine. It's kinda charming in its own way," she bluntly said. "Yeah." His blush turned crimson at that. "Anyways, in order of your questions, I'm not sure of the limits of the sizes, but the biggest I made was making a door 3 times its size. And yes, it does become heavier," she explained the best she could. "Kodai, have you seen the zero-pointer?" Izuku suppressed his blush as he asked her the question. "The big villain pointer in the entrance exam?" "Yes, I did." "Why? Can you turn things that big?" "I never tried." The smile on Izuku's face is borderline manic. "What was stopping you then?" Kodai seemed to think on it, her mind running a mile per minute as she realized she didn't have an answer to that. Did this mean she hadn't even scraped her potential yet? Looking back at Izuku, she realized the boy before her might be able to help her realize it. Before she could dwell on it for too long, the teachers called them up. As they headed towards the teachers, some of the students were staring at them as they headed out. The most notable are Momo, Jairu, and Uraraka. Wonder what were they talking about to make Midoriya smile like that? They privately thought to themselves. Momo, on the other hand, has a very different thought that follows her previous one. Kodai, where have I heard of that name before? As both Izuku and Yui headed towards their designated locations, Yui decided to ask some questions. "Hey Midoriya." "Yes, Kodai-san." "I never asked, but what's your quirk?" "Oh, that's right. I call it orbit. It allows me to generate an energy that can affect gravitational forces." "That seems rather complicated," she commented. "It kinda is," he rubbed his head bashfully. "But I mostly used it to move items like telekinesis or even used it to improve my physical capabilities." He elaborated. "I see. Then this would be easy then," she suddenly said before stepping before him and opened both of her arms out to him. "Carry me," she bluntly demanded. "I'm sorry." He blushed as he blinked in shock. "Carry me. We can get there faster with you carrying me. With your heightened physical abilities, we can get there quickly and make some plans faster as well," she explained, making Izuku consider it. Fine, he relented. "Get on my back." He was about to crouch down before Yui stopped him. She rejected that with a shake of her head. "Carry me," she said while circling her hands around his neck, making him blush as he realized what she was asking. She wants me to carry her bridal style? Kodai-san, he asked in shock. However, she kept staring at him, as if silently willing him to carry her. He sighed as he saw that, and put his arms on her back and lifted her easily, something that surprised her. He's strong, she idly thought, before feeling the firm muscles and the warmth underneath Midoriya's costumes. Pretty built too. She blushed as she snuggled into him. It felt nice. It made her feel safe and secured. Kodai-san, Izuku suddenly asked, snapping her out of her stupor. Are you okay? You look a little red. Yui's blush became even more apparent as she realized he noticed it. The look in his eyes didn't help. His bright emerald eyes looked so expressive, showing some genuine concern for her. It made her feel butterflies in her stomach. She liked that feeling. "I'm okay. You need to get us there quickly." Her words made him nod hesitantly. His eyes still looked concerned, but decided to trust her. He then breathed, feeling the familiar pressure filling his body as it surrounded him as well. The energy even branched itself to Yui, who shuddered and released a breathy sigh at the feeling. It made everything sharper, clearer, and more colorful. It also made both of them even more aware of the sheer closeness between them, something that made Yui enjoy it even more and Izuku more nervous. "Hold on tight," he said, making Yui pull herself closer to Izuku as he sped through the area. kicking up some dust in the process as the air parted around them. He was intent on getting there as fast as he can. At the observation room, both Nagant and Vlad were having their own reactions as they saw the interactions between both students. "She knows what she wants at least," Nagant said with an amused smile. "God damn it, second day, and they are already making moves." Vlad sighed tiredly. "Relax, Vlad. They're kids. Let them have their moments while they still can." Nagant placated while heading out. Vlad merely sighed at her. "They'll get to my position while you keep an eye on things from here." She headed out as Vlad gave her a thumbs up. The reason for it was simple. Nagant would stay outside while Vlad stayed in the observation room. If any trouble happened, Vlad would contact Nagant about it, and she would head there to put a stop to things. This was in case the more rowdier students decided to ignore the teacher's orders, something that she felt might be needed. Her class already had both Mineta and Bakugu as her main suspects, and with Vlad telling her about Monoma, she decided to take even more precautions. Something told her she would need it. Chapter 5. Izuku sighed as he sat on top of a building. The coordinates their teachers had given them had led them here. Even going through their memories of the map had made sure of that. So far, both Nagant and Vlad hadn't said anything to them, so they were sure they were in the right place. Currently, both him and Kodai had decided to sit on top of the building to get an accurate view of the city. The building they were currently in was rather tall, so they had a good view of the area around them. Midoriya. He looked behind him, seeing Kodai stare at him with a curious expression. "Yes, Kodai-san." She seemed to not like that despite her impassive face. "Just call me Yui. It's better that way." Oh, then it's fair for you to call me Izuku as well." With a nod, she continued on. "Do we have any plan?" "To be honest, I'm as blind as you are," he admitted with a resigned sigh. "We have a lot of opponents here. A battle royale is the worst-case scenario for me. Too many variables and too many risks. Doesn't help that we barely know our classmates' quirks." "You're not giving up already, are you?" she asked. "No," he answered resolutely. "This just means I have to think a little outside the box. They'll be damned if I let something like this stop me." His answer seemed to satisfy her as she nodded at his words. "Well then, time to prepare ourselves. We've got 10 minutes. That's more than enough time for me." He smiled excitedly at her. She returned it with her own smile, finally showing some emotion. For some reason, he thought she looked better with a smile. Bakugo Katsuki was destined for greatness. He knew it, those extras knew it, even the shitty teachers at Alderan knew it. He had even proven it with his own strength. Those extras in his previous school had only seen his quirk, not the hard work he had put in to improve it. If he had merely ridden on his quirk's own power without any work put into it, then he would be a fool. Back when it first appeared, he could only make small pops with it. But years of continuous use had strengthened it to the crackling explosive he had now. So then why? Why did that damn nerd always stay a step ahead of him? Back when they were kids, he was just that crybaby that could barely lift a rock. He was weak, insignificant, yet he still wanted to be a hero. The damn crybaby thought he could save people with that pathetic attitude and strength? It was laughable. That's why he had cut him off. He had no time to waste with delusional people. Then, in middle school, things changed. The damn nerd stopped crying, no longer looked pathetic. It was like Deku had changed as time went on, but he didn't bother to notice it. It wasn't until they first fought with their quirks did he bother to. It was a simple day, really. He had just decided to show an extra with a shitty quirk their proper place. He was about to finish them off before the nerd had stepped in. It was a straightforward fight, barely eventful, but the nerd had managed to keep him on his ropes the whole time. The damn nerd had become strong. He had managed to keep up with him. It was minimal, but on that day Katsuki had developed some respect for him. Not that he would ever admit it. But as time went on, the nerd kept showing up and would fight him off whenever he was about to kick some extra's ass, letting the extra get away, beating him, or until a teacher stopped them both. Each and every fight had increased his respect for Deku bit by bit. However, at the time, he was too caught up with his anger to realize it. It wasn't until his old man was gone that things changed even more. It was just an accident. A drunk driver hit his dad when he was walking back home from his jog. It was so sudden that it was the first time he didn't feel angry. Just sheer confusion and fear. Katsuki never felt fear, apprehensive yes. Genuine fear? No. And for once he couldn't just explode the problem away. He might not have been that close with his old man, but he was still his father. For the first time in his life, Katsuki felt weak. He felt useless. The funeral was short but sweet. A few of the hags and the old man's friends were there. But none of the extras at Aldera came, not that he cared. He already knew they were there to leech off of his fame, but for some reason it hurt. It hurt knowing that he was all alone, but he buried it deep inside. He didn't need friends. They wouldn't help him. He was surprised when the nerd and his mother came. Auntie Inko coming made sense. Both her and the hag were friends since high school. The nerd coming didn't. Deku had stopped coming over after they were 5, and even then he seemed to be closed off to them whenever their families bumped into each other. The words Deku said to him were even more surprising. Kakin, it's okay to be sad. You don't have to be strong all the time. Deku had said to him when they saw each other. His eyes back then had looked like he had seen through him. He was confused at first, but after going back home, he started to realize things. Was this what Deku felt all the time? The sheer feeling of uselessness and fear that froze up his body, knowing that you can do nothing. Was this what those extras always felt whenever he used his quirk on them? He felt sick to his stomach as it knotted on itself, the realization of his actions crashing down on him. After that, he became reserved. Whenever someone talked back to him or just simply bumped into him, he no longer threatened or screamed, just grunted and moved on. For the first time, he started to think about his actions and reflect. And it took his father dying for him to figure it out, and how he loathed the twisted irony of it. From that point on, Katsuki slowly calmed himself down, honed his anger, and only used it when needed. Sure, a few fights still happened from time to time. Changing took time after all, but he managed. He still slipped up from time to time, but little by little, Bakugo Katsuki was changing. He shook himself as he snapped back to reality, looking at his current partner with some trepidation as they made their way to their assigned location. Right now, he wanted to fight Deku, not out of some selfish and contrived reason, but to just fight him and see how far he had come. Out of all the people in the class, Deku was the only one he saw that could show him properly how strong he had become. The ice bastard and the princess would probably give a good fight too. But that didn't matter now. He had a trial to win. The siren rang, blaring around the city as all the students finished their preparations and got ready to move. The signal was clear. The trial had started. Izuku immediately picked up Yui bridal style and jumped up from the rooftops, bounding across the roofs as they scouted the area for any of their classmates. The plan was simple. Use the rooftops as a way to perform reconnaissance. The large buildings would make it hard to anticipate surprise attacks, so it was better to stay on the roofs. Some might say being out in the open would make it easier to be spotted, but with Izuku's enhanced speed, it was easy to compensate for it. Anyways, having the high ground was always a good thing, right? As the time went by, both of them could hear the faint sound of fighting. Grunts and crashes filled the area. Some ice could even be seen while the sounds of explosions filled the air. It's chaotic, he realized. All these sounds were making him slightly jumpy. His breath was a bit labored despite barely even exerting himself. He was starting to sweat, and his eyes were flashing all over the area. He was borderline panicking. The only reason he didn't was because of his breathing technique and knowing that this was a class. Looking down on Yui also made him realize she was starting to get a bit nervous as well. Her usually blank face was a bit more expressive as she looked around nervously. Was this part of the test? To see how students handle themselves in a chaotic area? He shook his head. Think about that later. They both needed to calm down and stick to the plan. With a deep breath, he relied on his usual breathing pattern as he landed. He nudged Yui slowly so as to not startle her, making her look up at him while still in her slightly panicky state. It's all right. Calm down. He placated her, making her look at him confusion before realizing what had happened to her. Sorry, I lost control. Her voice was still a bit shaky, but calming down with each breath. It's fine. I should have expected this, really. Putting a bunch of quirks into action all in a single place is going to be hectic. Even more so when in training for the hero course. It only makes sense some of us might get a little panicky, he assured her. She nodded at that before a sound caught her ear. Do you hear that? She asked. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he strained his ear, trying to listen for what Kodai had heard. Whip. His eyes widened as he immediately jumped to the side as he held Kodai even more securely. Looking to his original position, he saw a length of tape stuck there. Zero, he gasped as he looked up, seeing the boy still in the air with his left elbow forward, the long strand of tape from the ground connected to it. Zero's costume looked like it was designed for mobility with head protection, shoulder guards, and not much else to avoid impeding movement. Consisting of a plain, black, skin-tight, turtleneck bodysuit with a white design on his stomach and the sides of his ribs, and a yellow stripe at the cuff of his elbow-length sleeves. He wore white boots, lined with yellow. A white stripe across his chest going under his shoulder pads, which were shaped like the kind of tape dispensers you would use on large boxes. He completes his outfit with a yellow helmet, shaped like the kind of tape dispenser you would see in someone's office, which had a large black visor obscuring his face. Pulling his elbow back, the tape was retracted back as it dragged him through the air, with the ground as leverage to pull himself in and rush towards Izuku with a punch. Kodai, seeing this, immediately pressed her fingers together behind Izuku's neck. Suddenly, the very air in front of Zero exploded, sending him tumbling backwards towards the floor as it tore through his tape. The hell was that? Zero asked himself as he shakily tried to get back up. He looked at his opponents with some trepidation as he tried to understand what had happened to him. The very air had suddenly expanded before him, but looking in front of him, there's nothing that even hinted towards what happened. Izuku, on the other hand, smiled mentally. Kodai's quirk allows her to increase or decrease the size of anything except for living things. She needed to touch them first before being able to change their size. What she had just done was increase the size of the gases in the air, creating an explosive expansion of air before returning it to normal. Some might say she hadn't touched them, but the air around them is interconnected, allowing the effects of her quirk to spread around them easily. She still had a limited range she could affect with her new technique, but nothing that couldn't be improved with training and dedication. Kodai couldn't help but look at Izuku in awe and wonder. Hearing it was one thing, but using it was another. Sure, they had tested it out back then, but to be able to use it in battle, it felt amazing. She was right. Midoriya Izuku was interesting after all. Izuku, however, felt like something was wrong. If Zero was here, then where was his partner? Something suddenly sprouted out from the ground behind them, as if the very ground was liquid and was pulled away, revealing the boy beneath. "Gotcha!" he yelled, making both Izuku and Kodai look behind them. The boy wore a costume consisted of a dark bodysuit with an orange body armor over the top and a helmet that covered the face. His helmet was more rounded, not fully covering the back of his head or the bottom of his chin, and tinted black with orange lines along the sides. Some of his hair was visible around the back of his head. His chest plate was made up of 3 overlapping pieces with metal straps going over his shoulders, along with a jewel-shaped plate supported between them. The rest of the costume was still submerged in the liquefied ground. Izuku's eyes widened at the boy's sudden appearance. With such a poor position, the best option he had left was to jump out of range. "Hananuki," Kodai informed him. "He can soften non-living things, like the ground," she elaborated, making him look towards the ground he came out of, noting how liquid-like it looked. "Damn it," he cursed as he looked at them, noting how high they were. Sorry, he apologized. If Hananuki hadn't screamed, he may very well have captured them with that surprise attack. "It's fine. He'll try grabbing them." Zero waved it away as he fired towards the pair, creating multiple strands of tape from his elbow as he fired them all off. Izuku looked towards the incoming tape, directing the pressure within to his legs, increasing the already existing pressure around his legs even more. He then released it away as he kicked, creating a mini shockwave from his feet as a blast, and tore the tapes away. "Hold tight," he warned as Yui held him closer to her. With another kick towards the opposite direction, his body was blasted towards the 2 boys, making them widen their eyes in surprise. He landed between them near instantly. The ground beneath cracked as the shockwave from his sudden arrival blew them both away. Kodai quickly pressed her fingers together and expanded the air behind them, sending both of them back towards Izuku while rattling their insides from the sudden change of direction. Izuku spinned and sent a kick to the approaching Juzo's stomach while Kodai elbowed Zero's head in the opposite direction. making them flop to the ground and groaned in pain. The sudden clashing shockwaves and momentum between them had caused some rather painful injuries. They were going to be feeling those tomorrow. Sorry, Izuku winced as he put Kodai down. She was rubbing her elbow in pain a bit. Zero's helmet was tough. Both of them went to work as they taped them both up, making sure not to make their injuries worse. The transport robots had already appeared by the time they finished taping them up, carrying the two students away. Stupid humans. Why are they fighting among themselves? It's stupid. They need robots to take care of them. Maybe then they want fight. That will probably make them lazy. Aren't they already lazy? Ignoring the possible robot uprising, Izuku carried Yui again and jumped, bounding through the rooftops as the air parted way for them. Your plan works, Kodai simply said, though there was a hint of praise in her voice. Yep, we still need to keep our guard up. We were lucky that Hananuki gave himself away. She nodded. The plan was rather simple after all. Yui became their range fighter, expanding the air to either trip up or injure their opponents, while Izuku carried her, making sure they kept guessing where the next explosion would come from while Izuku kept Yui safe. Sure, Izuku could also do some range damage, but it was easy to predict where it would go since the source came from him. Yui, on the other hand, could make the whole field their playground. It was simple and straight to the point. With the many students around them, it's impossible to take everything into account, so that's why they focused on what they have and made use of it. The simplest plans were often the best after all. Both students continued to scout through the area as they bounded through the rooftops. Nagant whistled as she looked away from her scope, her right arm already in her sniper form. She had just finished observing Midoriya's team and Zero's team. Both teams made some good attempts, but there were still some mistakes she could see from both of them. What had impressed her, however, was the sudden synchronicity both Kodai and Midoriya had. Both probably didn't notice it, but their last movements looked like something coming from two heroes that had worked with each other for years already, not from someone that had already just met. Maybe it was just a fluke? Either way, she needs to continue her observation. Some of these students might get a little over the top, and she needs to be there if it ever happens. It's her job as both a hero and teacher to set an example and aid them after all. Izuku sighed as he drank his water from a canteen, Kodai keeping an eye out as he rested. Carrying her around while jumping through rooftops was a little tiring. Keeping Shroud up and maintaining it was also rather straining. Who do you think we should watch out for? He looked up at Kodai, looking at her in confusion. Most of the people in your class looked rather strong. Most of the people in mine don't have raw power, so they made it up with skill. That's why I asked. She elaborated. Both of them hadn't really talked about their classmates in the planning phase. They were busy working on their plan and testing out both of their quirks. Something they have to rectify now. I see. Well, probably Todoroki and Yaoyorozu-san. Both of them are rather strong and can use their quirks easily. He said, Yaoyorozu-san can make anything as long as it is not alive, so we have to watch out for surprises. Todoroki can make some pretty powerful blasts of ice, though I think there is more to it. He added the last part. He remembered how amazing it was seeing his quirk in action back in the quirk apprehension test, using his ice to maneuver himself, and even made some big glaciers with it. When he had introduced himself, he had mentioned about not using his left side, but he didn't elaborate on why. He felt like Todoroki was purposefully limiting himself, and that might bite him back in the far future. But then again, the one I'm most worried about would be Bakugo. Despite looking angry all the time, he is smart. He has good battle instinct, and his explosions would make it hard to fight him off. He should know, after all, both of them constantly fought each other back in middle school. Really now? Well then, the only one who I would be worried about is Monoma, she added, making him look at her in apprehension. That guy from the locker earlier? He had struck him as the type to just boast while not doing anything. Maybe there's something more. Kodai noticed his look and elaborated. From what I've seen, he can copy other people's quirk, but I'm not sure if it's permanent or temporary. I'm not even sure if he can copy multiple of them. Sorry, he was pretty secretive about it. She apologized. It's fine. We just have to either avoid him or keep our guard up. He waved it away while thinking, didn't Bakugo paired up with Monoma? Suddenly a voice called them out from beneath them. Oi Deku, come down here and fight me. You idiot. Why did you call them out? Shut up, you damn copycat. Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Both Kodai and Izuku looked at each other in a deadpan manner before sighing, time to go. He then went to her and lifted her, making her snuggle against him as he activated his shroud state. She always did that for some reason. Izuku then looked towards the edge of the roof and saw the screaming blonde. Bakuga's costume was composed of a tight, black, sleeveless tank top with an orange X across the middle, forming a V-neck. There were 2 dots along the left line of his collar. His costume also had a metallic neck brace worn with rectangular ends that have 3 holes on each side. His sleeves reached from within his large grenade-like gauntlets to his biceps. His belt, which also carried grenades, held up his baggy pants with knee guards, below which he sported black, knee-high combat boots with orange soles and eyelets. His mask was jagged and black, and as it went around his eyes, a large, orange-rimmed flare shape protruded from each side. Monoma's costume, however, was a black, double-breasted tuxedo with 2 long tails reaching almost down to his ankles. 3 clocks hang on one of 2 belts around his waist, and he left his shirt collar upturned, a blue and black dotted tie done up around his neck. A left breast pocket could be found on his tuxedo, a small blue handkerchief sticking out. Both his tailcoat and his pants were plain black, with the exception of the cuffs of his sleeves and the inner-facing sides of his tails, and his shoes were white, with a simple design. Fight me, Deku. Seeing the chance for it, he couldn't resist it. It's over, Bakugo. I have the high ground. Don't underestimate me, you damn nerd. Bakugo suddenly clamped his mouth as he realized something. Did he just dash? Izuku looked like he could barely stop himself from laughing while Kodai had a small smile. Monoma, on the other hand, just looked at him with pure disappointment. The scream that he let out was positively vengeful. With a snarl of fury, he swung his hand downward and let out a big explosion as he flew towards them, rocketing upwards at amazing speeds. Izuku, on the other hand, just jumped away from the rooftop and into the air above the 2 blondes. Firstly, to keep away from Bakugo, and secondly, to keep an eye on Monoma. He needed to keep them both in sight if he wanted to win this match. Suddenly, a second explosion rang out. Izuku looked down and noticed Monoma letting off explosion after explosion towards them both. Each explosion became stronger and stronger as he let out blast after blast. Amazing. Such a wonderful quirk is wasted on you. Monoma laughed a little maniacally. Izuku gritted his teeth as he let out a blast of shockwaves from his feet to either dodge or blast the explosions away while in the air, keeping them away from Yui as she braced herself. Izuku dodged another explosion as a familiar crackling sound resounded behind him, making him glance behind him and see Bakugo with his right hand pulled back, many explosions helping him build up sweat as he smiled savagely. Go to hell. He let out a powerful explosion, covering Izuku's vision in black and orange as he curled his body, protecting Kodai from it as he was sent flying to the ground. The explosions rattled his teeth as he was sent tumbling to the ground. He could feel his body burning under it, and his nerves screamed in pain. His muscles tensed as he made sure to spare Yui from the majority of the attack. Oi, are you crazy? Monoma snapped out of his little maniacal funk and looked at Bakugo with wide eyes. You could have severely injured them. He called out. He could care less about the 1A boy, but even he had limits. TCH, Bakugo clicked his tongue as he landed, looking in Izuku's direction with an irritated look. He can handle it, he simply said. He can handle it? Do you even think about Kodai? You know, the girl he was carrying at the time? Monoma asked a little sarcastically. Katsuki did wince at that. Maybe he had gone a little too far. Izuku slowly released himself from Yui and let her out, groaning a little from the movement as he laid down on the ground. Yui slowly opened her eyes and glared at the blaring lights as her ears rang. She slowly sat up and looked at Izuku in worry. Izuku, she called him out as she shook him gently. She sighed in relief when she heard him groan. Good, he's still conscious. Monoma was confused on what to do as Bakugo kept glaring at Izuku. Oi, you can still fight, right? If so, get up. He called to Izuku harshly, making both Monoma and Yui glare at him. Can't you see he's injured? Yui said angrily. Izuku, however, sighed as he got up from his position, much to Yui's disapproval and Monoma's shock. Izuku, Yui gasped slightly. How tough is this guy? Monoma thought as he looked at the current state of Izuku. His costume was torn in a few places, his visor like goggles were cracked, and he was bleeding from a cut on his head. His usual dark green outfit looked a little darker thanks to all the blood, and his gauntlets looked a little mangled. All in all, he looked like shit. But despite that, the look on his face was downright feral. His eyes looked pupilless and shone like emeralds, his breath steady despite all the pain. His stance looked like he was ready to pounce. Both Monoma and Kodai were surprised by this. Even with such injuries, he was still able to stand. Bakugo, on the other hand, merely looked at him with a serious gaze. He had seen this already multiple times. No matter what happened, the nerd would always stand back up and fight until either he won or his body gave out. He both hated and respected that. Already tired? He mockingly asked. I can do this all day, Izuku answered. The tension between them was thick and oppressing. Both 1B students were looking at them with some nervousness and trepidation. Yui was more concerned about Izuku's current state. Suddenly the sirens sounded, blaring through the city as some of them winced from the sound or just sighed in relief. The signal was clear, the trial was over. Izuku slumped and relaxed his body. He would have landed face first if it wasn't for Yui grabbing him. Both Yui and Monoma were relieved that the trial was over. Bakugo just looked pissed that they didn't manage to end the fight. TCH, this is a draw. You got that? He screamed out, making Izuku give a shaky thumbs up. Bakugo merely turned around and stomped back to class. Monoma nervously looked at him before sighing and following him. It seems like Kodai can handle the green guy anyways, so he left them alone. Besides, the transporter bot will help them later. Thanks, Kodai. He thanked her as she carried him by slinging his arm over her shoulder. She wasn't as strong as him after all, so this would have been enough. You were carrying me most of the time already. It's only fair that I do the same. And I told you already. Call me Yui. She waved him off. Right. Why Yui? He blushed in embarrassment as he smiled in appreciation. She blushed a little as she smiles back. He's like a ray of sunshine. That smile, however, quickly vanished and turned into a glare. Her usual blank look made her look that much scarier, much to his shock and fear. Kadyui? He called out nervously while messing up her name a little. What the hell were you thinking? You were injured. You should have stayed down. She scolded. I'm sorry. Take care of yourself. Don't just throw yourself into danger like that. What would your friends say if they saw that? Her face became a bit softer as she looked at him in concern. I will try my best next time. He immediately accepted it, not wanting to make her angry and sad anymore. You better, she warned, making him laugh a little more nervously. What had he fallen into? When they came back to the rest of their classes, he was bombarded by questions and worried glances from his own classmates. Some of them had seen what happened to him in the fight and were clearly worried. Some of them were even looking a little angry and even scolded Bakugo over it, making him look a little guilty, which surprised Izuku. He was sent to the nurse's office where Recovery Girl had also given her own scolding, making him sweat in fear and nervousness as she healed him. Turned out she was already on standby when hearing that heroics classes were starting. He made his way back to the observation room and looked around. Some of the others looked a little scuffed, but they seemed fine. Even Shiro and Hananuki were laughing with each other despite the thrashing they received earlier. Guess having Recovery Girl as a nurse at UA made things a little easier. All right, students, what did you learn today? Nagant asked them with a small smile. Explosions hurt. Air can be deadly. Yamamo and Big Sis Itsuka are scary. The last one had made the majority of both classes nod in agreement, causing Momo to blush in embarrassment while Itsuka laughed a little nervously. Turned out she had made a portable cannon, attached it to a shield, and gave it to Itsuka. Then she made a drone to detect everyone. Things turned into a bloodbath after that. Nagant laughed a little at the answer, while Vlad huffed in amusement. Correct, but not quite. I think both Kodai and Midoriya-kun know what I'm talking about, she said, making them both look up in realization. You were looking at how we fight when under pressure, Izuku said in realization, remembering the panicked state he and Yui were in earlier. Correct, she exclaimed. Not many of you notice, but the sounds of fighting can trigger a flight or fight instinct in an individual, something that some of you had experienced, Vlad said. Imagine it. The whole city flowing into chaos as everything is just a mesh of sounds and explosions. Who wouldn't be nervous in such a situation? He added. The students then started to notice it, making them sweat as they realized how such a situation might go for them. But then again, some of you were too hyper-focused on your task to even notice it, so you already have that handled. Nagant joked, making the ones that did do so sweat while nervously laughing. Anyways, we'll compile everything and give you your results tomorrow. You are dismissed, she said, making the students sigh in relief as they all headed back towards the lockers and got ready to go back home. Bakugu, stay, we need to talk, Vlad called out, making Bakugu wince and head towards the two teachers, bracing himself for the inevitable tongue lashing. Izuku looked away from that and headed towards the lockers, as it seemed like Bakugu would be late. Entering the locker room, he was surprised by how light the atmosphere was, despite them just being apprehensive about working with each other just earlier before class started. Sensei must have been right then. This trial did help them bond. Man, you hit like a truck. I wished. Still need to get my quirk stronger before I can be that strong. So you just speak and they come out? Yep, it's weird, I know. Revelry in the dark. A fellow being of shadows, I see. Conversations were held around him as they all talked to each other easily, changing their clothes, and even while they went back towards class, meeting up with some of their female classmates while at it. Izuku even talked to Ida about the trials. Both of them were comparing each of their own battles and seeing how they could improve. Izuku looked around him and smiled, seeing all the heroics classes just laughing and working with each other so easily. It made him feel hope, knowing that when they become heroes, they will have someone that will support their backs. He grabbed his backpack and walked out of class with his group of friends, which was joined by both Itsuka and Kodai. All of them were heading out of school. You shot me, Jairu exclaimed a little bewilderedly as they walked. In my defense, Itsuka was the one that shot you. I just gave her directions, Momo said with an innocent look, though her smile made it clear that she was joking. You shot me with a cannon, Jairu emphasized, heedless of her words. You had a solid air shield. It could tank bullets. What was I supposed to do? Momo defended herself. Oh, I dunno. Don't shoot me with a cannon could be a good start. Jairu responded sarcastically. What was the saying again? Itsuka wondered before snapping her fingers. Ah yes, bitches love cannons, she said wisely, much to Ida's scandalized expression. The rest was just amused by it. Oh, we're going to ignore that then? Fine. Well, ignore it, Jairu said dramatically, causing laughter all around. Honestly, I was surprised that Yamamo had such a brutal tactic, Uraraka commented while trying to stop herself from laughing. Note to self, never give Yaoyorozu-san a cannon. She's going to shoot you with it, Izuku stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Momo gave a scandalized gasp. Midoriya, how could you? Thank you, Jairu exclaimed. It will only be temporary though. Yamamo can just create one and satiate her bloodlust then, Kodai bluntly spoke, making them all laugh good-naturedly. Am never living this down, am I? Momo said depressively. Nope, a good chunk of them confirmed. Mean, she pouted, though she did break out a smile a second later, showing that she didn't actually mind all the teasing. To be fair, she did resort to cannons a lot. Maybe Itsuka's words had some truth? But still, jokes aside, who would have thought our first heroics class would be a battle royale? Jairu exclaimed with a little wonder in her tone. Yeah, I would have thought we would do some light combat, or just drills. Not immediately get thrown to the wolves. Uraraka exclaimed with a little panic in her voice. I was so worried, but thank God my partner actually helped me out. She continued with a relieved sigh. We're kind of more cubs than wolves at the moment, Uraraka, Yui bluntly stated, making them laugh a bit in the process. Yeah, that is true, Uraraka snickered. Well, UA is known for its unorthodox method. Ida continued. I for one believed I had learned a lot from this lesson. Turns out I can avoid cannon fire, which is new. Ida finished with a smile, making the rest widen their eyes as they looked at him in wonder. Did he dash? Uraraka asked. He did, Jairu confirmed with a proud smile. Ida blushed under their gaze. Did I do something? You made a joke, and I'm proud of you, Jairu said, much to Ida's embarrassment and the others' laughter. Izuku couldn't help but get swept along with the positive vibes, thoroughly feeling like he was one of them. He couldn't remember the last time he had a good laugh with someone other than his own mother. Ida also couldn't help but feel happy as well. He knew that he can be a bit unbending when it comes to rules, and that had an effect of a rather rocky relationship back at Sumai. It didn't really bother him too much, but knowing that there were people that liked him the way he was and even welcomed him, while feeling happy was an understatement. Similar scenes could be seen among the students, both classes talking and joking among them despite the recent combat-based classes between both classes. Showing what Nagant had intended worked. Both classes' rivalry were now on more friendlier terms while making new friends among them. The students that day went back to their homes with a smile on their faces and new friends on their contact list. Chapter 6. A few days after the battle trial ended, the class went on as normal. The students continued to learn under the pro heroes in other subjects. Some were pretty monotone and boring like ectoplasm in his mathematics class, while others were surprisingly interesting like Midnight in her modern art history class. The students were rather surprised when they found out she was going to teach them considering her rather questionable behavior. Some of the students either had to reaffirm their sexuality or had to cement it after each of her classes. Let's just say they had a hard time focusing whenever she's teaching. 18+ hero indeed. Throughout the days, Izuku had continued his training, especially on improving his shroud state while training on how to maintain it. The battle trials had shown how he could use it effectively. In fact, that was actually the first time he had even used it in a proper combat scenario. Now all he needed was to try to incorporate the other techniques that he had previously created, like the shockwaves technique he had made to maneuver himself around, since the blast was stronger and seemed more finely controlled. It seemed like not just his physical abilities had gotten stronger, but also his control over technique efficiency. But even with all of that, he still lost. It didn't matter that Bakugu said it was a draw. If it continued, he would have lost, either by collapsing or getting beaten by him. The result would be the same. Bakugu had taken him by surprise, and with Yui in his hands, he needed to prioritize her safety first. Speaking of Yui, she had taken to joining him for lunch, followed by Kendo Atsuka, the class president of 1B, who had struck up a friendship with Momo. Both of them had gotten along fairly quickly and even became fast friends. He had also found out she was a martial artist, something that he had taken an interest in. Both of them had talked about their respective fighting styles and had even given each other some tips on how to improve. They even made a promise of having a spar sometimes. However, when the girls heard both him and Yui calling each other by their first name, they were rather shocked by it. Some had even looked between them a little weirdly, which was understandable considering they had just met. However, after clarifying and assured them that they both didn't mind, the girls had insisted that Izuku started calling them by their first name too for some reason, something he had relented to with a sigh. Izuku didn't know why they were so adamant about it, but if they didn't mind, then who was he to stop them? Although, when he told his mother about it, she seemed strangely happy for some reason. Currently, Izuku was sitting in class, conversing with a few of his classmates while waiting for Nagant to enter. The results were supposed to be given the day after, but it turned out that trying to grade a whole battle royale was harder than it looks. They had to wait several days to get it. While waiting, their heroic classes had gone on without too much excitement. Throughout the week, they were training their quirks to see if they could improve them, be it in terms of control or output, something Izuku was thankful for as he was still struggling in the control aspect. He was a bit jealous of his classmates' quirks. Other than Todoroki and maybe Tokoyami, their quirks were rather easy to handle. Why couldn't his quirk be more simple? He quickly shook himself out of that thought. He shouldn't be thinking like that. He just needed to work with what he had and not think of what-ifs. That path would just lead to self-ruin. He was brought out of his musing when the door of the classroom slid open, letting Nagant enter the room with a large stack of paper on her arms. Her eyes looked tired. Her posture was a little slumped, and she looked like she was done with everything as she glared at the paperwork. She stepped up to the podium and gave a tired yawn. "Morning, class." "Morning, sensei." "Sensei, are you all right?" Momo asked worriedly. "Just fine. Had to pull a bit of an all-nighter. Trust me, the worst thing about being a pro is the paperwork," she commented with a grimace, making the students laugh a little. "Thank God I don't take patrols anymore," she thought, relieved. Being a teacher while being a hero was going to be difficult, but thankfully the government gave some leeway if said heroes have some other side income or job. They would tolerate them as long as they still act as heroes and still do patrols occasionally. Now then, these papers actually hold your results for the battle trials. We're going to review each team here and see what you can improve. Is that clear? Yes, Sensei. All right. Nagant began reviewing everyone one by one, explaining the results and pointing out what they did wrong and how they could do better. The class took notes feverishly as they all absorbed her words. Midoriya, you were doing rather well at the beginning, but when the second fight with Bakuga's group happened, you seemed to only be focused on Monoma. The same thing happened with your fight against Zero's team. You were more preoccupied with Zero and didn't notice the surprise attack until it was too late. You weren't focused on your surroundings. In the field, such a thing can cost you a life. Try working on that in the future. If you need some help with it, don't be afraid to ask. Nagant listed off. Yes, Sensei, he answered, taking notes while he stared into space, deep in thought. That reminded him of an old thought he had. Does the energy he produced connected to his senses? It was a rather old idea that he never managed to test out thanks to him putting more effort into training his shroud state. He needed to test that out later. If such a thing was possible, then it would be a boon. The class went on as normal after that, Nagant pointing out flaws and helping them cover or improve them, all the while cracking a few jokes while talking to them. Her tired look seemed to be lifted as she laughed along with the class. The heroics classes started soon after lunch. The students had already changed into their PETA uniforms and were now in Gym Gamma, a large warehouse-like building with a large empty field inside. There was some equipment laying around that was brought in by the robots in case any of the students needed to use them. They were currently doing some stretching as Nagant observed them at the side. All right, finish it up and start training with your quirks. They'll do some rounds to check up on each of you. Is that all right? Yes, Sensei. They chorused before going to their own corners. Izuku walked to an empty space and cupped his chin, his mind thinking on how to best train himself. He had already pushed himself to the limit when trying to control his shroud state, and it had gotten pretty good so far. He could now maintain it instinctively. All that's left was to keep improving it. But he needed to put that to the side for now. Nagant-sensei had already told him he needed to keep his attention on his surroundings, and that had brought up an old idea that he had. He couldn't have a better time to test it. With a deep breath, he lowered his center and went to a horse stance as he closed his eyes in concentration. His arms hung by his sides as he mentally stretched out to feel the energy within, compacting itself within his body and filling it up until it almost burst. With a soft exhale, he let the energy out slowly, the pressure stored in his body starting to lessen as it found other directions to release itself in. Unknowingly, a faint flash of black with a hint of purple shined around him as he released, but disappeared soon after. This had not gone unnoticed, however, as few people in the field caught it thanks to them being near him. Nagant was one of them. As he let out the energy, he focused on it, its shape, direction, and flow. Suddenly he could feel it, a faint feeling of something solid, an odd taste of dirt and concrete, and some sort of squishy sensation. It felt like it was somewhere on his lower body. Was it the ground? Then he found another, a slightly chilly sensation, and also something that felt windy for a lack of a better term. He could feel the air around him. That meant it had worked. His energy was connected to his senses if he focused enough, and thanks to his energy being invisible, it would remain undetected. It worked. But right now, it was still in an uncontrolled state. The energy was erratic, and the range seemed pretty far, but there were a lot of holes in his sensory field. With another deep breath, he pulled in all of the energy, but instead of compacting it, he let it flow around him and expand bit by bit. He could sense his surroundings a little clearer now, something staticky. Was it sound? Focusing on it, he could make out a few pieces and words. Whoa, Quirk, damn. The words were unclear, but it seemed like he could still detect it. Maybe with training, he would be able to improve that aspect. With a push, he expanded his sensory field bit by bit before feeling strained. He stopped and sighed. The reason he was able to control it properly was thanks to Shroud State helping him train. Focusing on making sure every single part of your cells was flowing with energy was hard. But the results were clear. His control had gotten a lot better than before. He let go of his hold of the energy and slumped a bit. The way he had been using it was a little straining, but thanks to his newly improved control, he could now train and improve his sensory field at a pretty fast rate, something that brought an excited smile to his face. The sound of footsteps brought him out of his musing. Looking at the source, he could see Nagant-sensei approaching him. "Midoriya-kun, you all right?" she asked with some concern in her gaze as she looked at him. "Oh, I'm fine, sensei. I was a little strained, but a bit of a rest, and I can go again," he answered, a smile on his face as he pumped his fist. "Well, aren't you excited? What you've been up to?" she asked with a curious smile. "I was working on your advice, actually," he answered, making Nagant tilt her head. He idly thought that it looked cute before vanishing it. "Thoughts on cute sensei later. Explain more for now. My quirk lets out a unique energy to work. The energy itself allows me to affect the gravitational forces in unique ways," he explained, making Nagant nod in understanding. "However, I had an old idea that the energy itself is somehow connected to my senses, but it never really went anywhere since I forgot about it. It wasn't until your advice that I remembered," he explained quickly, almost going into another mumbling spree. "By creating a dome-like field around me, it would allow me to sense everything on a heightened scale while covering all sides," he finished. He glanced at Nagant, who was staring at him blankly. Did she not understand? Did he go to a mumbling spree again? Damn, this was embarrassing. What would she think now? Ah, she snapped her finger in realization. "So you basically created a sensory field in the shape of a dome. A 360 angle that also works on all sides. You've basically covered all your surroundings," she said with a proud grin. "Yes. Good to know you're taking my advice, Midoriya. Some people just don't take it and learn to regret it later in life. But in our line of work, those regrets could be too little too late." She ended with a bit of a bitter tone. Her mind faintly went to her previous work, a hero for the HPSC. The atrocities she committed for them was still fresh in her mind. Izuku, noticing the change of tone, looked at her in concern. "If you don't mind me asking, did something happen, sensei?" he asked in worry. Nagant looked at Izuku. His eyes were so expressive. The worry was clear in his eyes, and he seemed to stand a little straighter. He looked like he was a single moment from leaping into action. Nagant can't help but smile softly at him. "It's nothing, kid, just some old wounds that I remembered. But I long passed over it. No need to look so worried for me, all right?" she said, her usual casual smile plastered on, though it seemed more genuine now. "Okay," he said, a little unsure, but if she said she was fine, then he couldn't really say anything about it. She then suddenly rubbed his head. "You know, it's supposed to be the teacher worrying for the student, not the other way around. Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself?" she teased while noting how soft and fluffy his hair was. He smiled a little sheepishly as he tried to lift her arm. "Sorry, sensei. You just looked like you needed help," he said with a little laugh. Nagant tilted her head curiously at that, something Izuku noticed. It's not that I don't think you're not capable, but..." He panicked, waving his arms around in a hurry as he thought he had done something wrong. "I just can't help it. All my life, I just wanted to help people, and being a hero was the most obvious choice. So that's why?" He paused before looking Nagant straight in the eye. His posture was sure and confident, and his emerald eyes blazed in determination as he gave her a fearless smile. "If you need any help, just ask. He'll do it," he said. Those simple words, it wasn't anything special, but the intent was clear. He didn't say he'll do his best, or he'll try to help. He'll do it. He was so sure of himself and was so confident, as if the very thought of not helping her was unacceptable. He would help her in any way. It made Nagant smile softly as her chest warmed up. This kid, honestly. "Sure thing," she accepted. "You're the class rep anyways, so you're going to help me either way," she joked. He blushed in embarrassment at that. "Oh right, I somehow forgot about that," he muttered before realizing he said it out loud. "I said that out loud, didn't I?" "Yep," came her cheerful reply, making him slump in mortification as she laughed in amusement. After a little bit more conversation and some advice on how to improve his control, Nagant made his way to other students. Her mind, however, can't help but think back to the verdette, thinking of his declaration and how it made her feel. If you were born earlier, would things have changed? was her idle thought before helping Kaminari with his short-circuiting problem. The day after was uneventful. The students continued on with class while conversing with each other. Currently, they were waiting for Nagant-sensei to enter to start the day's heroic class. "Wonder what we will do today?" Kaminari asked idly. "Maybe we get to have a combat-based class. I really want to work on my tape swinging," Shiro suggested. "We already had that a few days ago. If we do any more, it's going to get tiring real quick," Jairu said, making some of the students nod in agreement. "I mean, we get to use our quirks, which is fun, but just focusing on combat only seems kind of boring," Mina complained. "There are many sides of heroics after all, so for all we know we might need to do a mock interview after this," Momo idly added, making some of the students sweat in nervousness. Izuku was borderline shaking as he thought of it. He was never really good with crowds and feared he might mess it up, though admittedly he did start to get better thanks to his class rep duties. The door suddenly slid open as Nagant entered the room, walking up to the podium as she greeted the class. "All right, for today's class we are going to do something a little different. The very thing that made heroes famous in the first place," she said, making the students lean in anticipation. She pulled out a card and on it, the word rescue was written brightly. "We'll be doing rescue work." She grinned, making the students cheer in excitement. "Rescue work? We get to save people now? Man, I sure hope I don't mess this up." The students were both excited and scared. More excited though, as heroes were known for their rescue work. It was one of the major aspects that helped heroes become popular after all. They were nervous that they might need to go out of school in their costumes and do patrol as well. Now, let me finish." She quieted them down. "We won't be going out of school for this. That's an internship thing. You'll be doing those in your second year. Instead, we'll be going to a specialized facility that will help you prepare for it. You aren't required to wear your costumes, but if you want to, go ahead. The environment around the area might hinder you, but if you ask me, it will help you recognize the costume's faults and fix it later if you bring it with you," she explained. "Now get changed quickly and head towards the bus station outside. They'll wait for you there. Is that clear?" "Yes, sensei." Izuku idly picked up his suitcase and went to get changed. He wanted to feel excited about it, but something felt off. He's not sure what, but he felt like something was about to happen. Izuku sat on his seat with a sigh and looked around. Everyone had managed to get here quickly and was generally excited about it. Currently, he was seated at the back with both Tu and Ochako by his side. By Ochako's side was Momo, and by Tsius was Jairu. "Midoriya," Tsu called out, making him look at her curiously. "Yes, Ajui. Call me Tsu. All my friends do that," she corrected him. "Oh, all right then, Tsu." It actually seemed like he was getting better at talking with girls now. "Midoriya, I tend to say anything that's on my mind out loud, so I hope you don't mind," Tsu said. "Oh sure, nothing wrong with that." Izuku waved it off. If he minded or was offended, he would come off as a hypocrite. His mumbling spree was already well known by the whole class by this point, after all. "Thanks, Midoriya. Your quirk is weird," she said, making him blink in confusion. You can move pretty fast, become super strong, be able to crush things pretty easily, and you can also move stuff without touching them. Other than that last part, how is it all related to telekinesis?" she asked curiously. Izuku nodded in understanding at that. Other than Yui, he never really divulged how his quirk really functioned, but just gave some vague description. He idly noticed that the rest of his classmates were also listening in. I remember seeing you using these wind-like whips in the entrance exam," Aoyama said. "Or that time when you create that invisible barrier around you," Kirishima added. "Do you have multiple quirks or something?" Kaminari asked him curiously. The sudden attention from all his classmates made him sweat in nervousness. Looking by his side, he noticed that even Momo, Jairu, and Ochako were intrigued. Guess he really couldn't avoid this, huh? Not that he planned to anyways. It's a bit complicated, but the gist of it is basically, I emit a unique energy that allows me to affect gravitational forces. The super strength, speed, and the telekinetic abilities? I merely use the energy to affect gravity and empower myself," he explained succinctly. Momo then widens her eyes. Wait. So you're saying you can affect and maybe even manipulate one of the fundamental forces?" "Fundamental forces?" some of the students asked. The fundamental forces are basically the fundamental ways on how physics interacts. There are 4 forces and gravity is one of them. It's a pretty important aspect of how the world works. Momo clarified. Whoa, they echoed, looking at Izuku with a little wonder. Wow, I can only remove gravity from things I touched, but you can outright manipulate it? That's amazing, Izuku. Uraraka complimented. Not exactly. When it first appeared, it was pretty weak. I had to really work myself to the bone to even get where I am currently. This quirk needs a lot of time and patience to even master properly. Trust me, it has brought me a lot of trouble as much as it has helped me. Izuku waved the compliment off while looking at his calloused hand. He could still remember when he realized the amount of work he needed to put in to even use it properly. His mother had been worried that it would crush him, and for a while it did. He was 4 years old at the time, and the idea of needing to work hard was rather daunting. It had lasted until he reached middle school. He had realized that moping around about his quirk and not doing anything with it was stupid. Sure, he had trained himself at the time, but never really pushed himself. So he decided to work his ass off to show them he can be a hero and keep up. That's so manly, Kirishima exclaimed while having tears in the corners of his eyes. Kirishima, are you all right? Midoriya asked in a concerned tone after hearing his words. He then noted that everyone looked at him with little stars on their way. You're so cool. Man, you're just getting cooler by the day, huh? You worked so hard to get here, and we barely even do the same. See, come on, guys, Izuku placated. It doesn't really matter how you get here. You're in UA now, aren't you? That means you deserve to be here. The only important thing right now is to keep working hard so we can be great heroes together, he said with his fist pumped to support them. The students looked at him with even more wonder and awe in their eyes. You're too good for us, Midoriya. Truly a child of light, a beacon amongst the darkness that plagues the world in which we reside. So bright. Izuku's sweat dropped at their words. What did they all mean by that? Nagant merely looked on in amusement, thoroughly enjoying how Izuku was winning over his classmates easily despite not knowing it. He's going to be one hell of a hero after he graduates. She then noticed that they had arrived at their destination. All right now, get moving. We've arrived. The students moved out of the bus and gaped at the massive dome-like structure in front of them. It's huge. How much money does UA even have to be able to make this? What is this? Universal Studios Japan? Kaminari asked rhetorically, much to the class amusement. With a little nudge from Nagant, the students made their way inside and noticed 2 individuals before them. One of them wore a puffy white spacesuit with an odd-looking helmet that shows 2 pupilless eyes on it. The helmet was also connected to some sort of oxygen tank that hung on the back of the costume. Lastly, they wore oversized yellow boots. The other man looked rather tired, his eyes droopy and faint stubble littering his face. His hair looked scraggly and a little unkempt. He also wore a simple black shirt and black pants with a silver utility belt. All in all, he looked just about done with everything. Welcome. This facility is equipped with every state-of-the-art equipment and simulations of multiple disasters to prepare you for any sort of sticky situation. The sound came from the space suit-wearing hero. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint. She exclaimed happily. So, it is the USJ. Kaminari stated with a chuckle, making the others laugh a little at the comparison. The students looked on towards the assembled people before them and recognized at least one of them was a hero. Oh my gosh, it's the space hero, 13. Who's the tired-looking hobo? Those 2 statements came immediately the moment they looked at both of the heroes before them. Nagant and 13 were barely able to hold their laughter as they heard that, while the aforementioned hobo twitched his eyebrow in annoyance. You're almost late, the hobo said irritably. Hey, we made it, didn't we? Nagant retorted, making him sigh tiredly. All right, class, as some of you have noticed, the people beside me are the space hero, 13, and the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Nagant introduced after calming herself. The students widened their eyes as they looked at Eraser. This guy is a hero, but he looks so tired and unassuming. I know it might look a little unbelievable, but sometimes appearances can be deceiving. I usually work as an underground hero anyways, so it's only logical for you to not know me. Eraser explained. They are here to help us in rescuing people. 13 here is UA's resident expert on rescue operations, while Eraser here will assist her on helping you control your quirks when using it on people. They'll let them explain, Nagant said before letting the two heroes speak. Good day, everyone. I am 13. Now I'm going to talk about 3 things. She started off cheerily. Maybe 4? Or is it 5? Wait, it's 6, isn't it? The student's sweat dropped at the increasing number. Nevertheless, I'm here to talk about rescue. As you know, my quirk is black hole. Using it, I can suck in things and turn them into dust. She started off. Oh yeah, you used it to clear debris, help remove obstacles, and even made things far easier for people to be saved thanks to it. Uraraka exclaimed excitedly, her admiration towards 13 being obvious to all. Yes, correct, but it is also amazingly easy to use it to kill, you know, she said, making the mood drop. My quirk is very dangerous. One wrong move, and I can accidentally kill someone with it. All of you already know that quirks can cause some rather grievous injuries thanks to the battle royale you guys had with Nagant over here, she said, making students notice that Eraser was glaring at Nagant when the battle royale was mentioned. Their sensei, however, gave an innocent look at that, much to Eraser's annoyance. So we are here to make sure you can use your quirk properly to help save people. 13 finished, making the students clap their hands at the rather short but inspirational speech. Suddenly the lights started to flicker, the students looking around in confusion while the teachers narrowed their eyes. Look over there. Kirishima pointed towards the fountain in the middle of the facility. They noticed there was some sort of black flowing energy floating on it. It then expanded, and out of it came multiple figures of varying sizes and shapes. All of them looked menacingly at the students up at the stairs. Suddenly a giant being stepped out, its body a purplish-black with some scars marking it. It wore simple short pants that ended with skull kneecaps. Its face looked horrifying. Sporting a beak-like mouth with unblinking eyes, its head was cracked open, exposing the brain to the world around it. It looked positively inhuman. The last to appear was a gangly-looking man with what appeared to be severed hands all around his body. He wore a simple black shirt, complemented by black pants. His scraggly and unkempt blue hair covered some parts of his face. At least, it covered parts of what was visible. A grisly severed hand acted as a mask for his face, exposing nothing but a single red eye. The mist then converged before solidifying into a flowing black mass. Its yellow pupilless eyes shone threateningly at them. I'm guessing those aren't paid actors? Kaminari asked sarcastically. Nope, stand back. Those are real villains. Nagant warned. Her usual casual attitude had completely disappeared and had been replaced with a confident but wary posture. Her right arm changed and folded into itself as a rifle popped out. God fucking damn it. Kaminari cursed while retreating back with the other group of students. No one could really blame him, though. This was the worst-case scenario, happening right before their eyes. Eraser pulled out a pair of yellow goggles and put them on while 13 stood by the students. Villains had infiltrated the school. They needed to protect and prioritize the students at all cost. Because if they didn't, who knew what could happen? Chapter 7. The sounds of cackling and laughter could be heard in the USJ as the villains all eyed the students with barely hidden malice. The students stayed together, always making sure they were in close proximity with each other and the teachers, their expressions tense and anxious. They were afraid of the villains, and the only thing stopping them from panicking was the reassuring presence of their teachers. Kaminari, can you contact anyone? Nagant asked calmly. Kaminari immediately tried doing so before screaming in pain. Ah shit. He threw away the earpiece. The high-pitched sound within was loud enough to be heard by them, making some of them wince in sympathy. 13? Aizawa asked. Not good. I can't contact the school or anyone else either. The lockdown system still works, but it has us all trapped in here. 13 informed them while showing her phone. A giant error was written on it. By the fountain, the villain with hands around him looked towards the assembled students. He tilted his head curiously upon seeing the teachers, though. A lot more teachers than I expected, but that can be easily handled. They're just bonus enemies for some extra experience points. He noted, his voice coming out raspy, but no less terrifying. Shigaraki Tamura. The black flowing mass spoke, revealing the villain's identity. Do we proceed as planned? Of course we do. Get on with it. The pale blue-haired man impatiently ordered. While the villains were conversing with each other, the teachers were already planning on how to deal with their current situation. 13. Protect the students. They'll distract them while Nagant covers me. Eraser ordered, making the two nod in unison. 13 then directed the students towards the exit while Aizawa jumped into the fray, unraveling the scarf around his neck and grabbing villains to either pull them close to him or throw them away towards the other villains. Behind his yellow goggles, his eyes flashed red, signaling the use of his quirk, Erasure. Suddenly, a villain with a mutant quirk jumped at him from behind. Eraser clicked his tongue as he saw them. His quirk only worked on those with emitter or transformation quirks, so those with mutant quirks were usually a pain to deal with. However, he wasn't worried. Suddenly, multiple bullets impacted the mutant villain in his sides, sending him flying to roll on the ground in pain. The villain got up on shaky hands as he held his side, while the surrounding villains ceased their attacks on Eraser, looking at their fallen comrade with fear in their eyes. What the hell? I thought heroes don't use guns. What happened to not killing criminals? The downed villain groaned before checking his sides, but instead of finding some blood and his guts spewing out, he only saw bruises. At the corner of his eyes, he saw the bullet that hit him. It looked odd. The front part was heavily blunted, and it took on a two-tone pink and blue color. What the? He asked in confusion as he saw the weird-looking bullet. Those are rubber bullets, Eraser informed them. They won't kill you, but it will still hurt like hell. And don't think surprise attacks would work. Lady Nagant herself is sniping you. Eraser threatened while gesturing behind him. The villains lifted their gaze towards the flight of stairs. Their eyes landed on a figure kneeling in the middle of it. Her right arm was folded, revealing a smoking rifle. Lady Nagant grinned at them all while casually inserting her next bullet, cocking the rifle and pointing it towards them. The villains started to sweat and took a couple of steps back. They would be crazy to attack now. Lady Nagant was notorious for her ridiculous accuracy. Word around the underground had also stated that she was not afraid to kill, and there were a few big names that she had personally killed to cement that fact. 13, seeing this, decided that it was best to get moving. Despite her powerful quirk, she was not that experienced in combat. Come on, let's get out of here. 13 commanded, guiding the students to the exit hurriedly. Suddenly, a black flowing mass appeared before them, blocking the exit. Two yellow glowing eyes opened and gazed upon them. 13 widened her eyes beneath her helmet. It was the villain at the fountain. Did he have some sort of teleportation quirk? I apologize profusely for the interruption. I am Kurogiri, and we are the League of Villains. He introduced, and we are planning to kill you. The words sent chills down their spines. Kill them? Why? The students looked at the villain in fear as they processed his words. The sheer terror some of them are feeling were rooting them to the ground. What? Why? 13 demanded. It's rather simple, really. Despite the rather polite words, it was clear he was speaking in a condescending manner, as if he was trying to explain something complicated to a child. Society has gone complacent because of the heroes, and we plan to tear down that complacency, starting with the future generations of heroes. The flowing mass then expanded, flowing out and heading towards the students in a sudden burst of speed. 13 instinctively raised her hand. The caps on her fingers opened, creating a vacuum that sucked in the flowing black mass. Kurogiri clicked his tongue as he saw this, annoyed with the outcome. Suddenly, another black portal appeared behind 13. The teacher's vacuum started appearing from it, planning to vaporize its creator. The students looked on with wide eyes. To them, things appeared to be moving in slow motion as they saw their sensei slowly have pieces of her suit sucked away. The terror within their eyes became more pronounced as they watched in horror. Izuku, on the other hand, raised his hand instead. The moment that 13 used her quirk, he had felt a familiar kind of feeling from it that seemed just like the energy that his quirk produced. Comparing that info with his knowledge on 13's quirk, it was easy to put two and two together. He focused on the energy within himself, directing it out of his body and towards the vacuum behind his sensei. Manipulating the effect of 13's quirk, he redirected it, sending it towards Kurogiri instead. His quirk allowed him to control and affect the gravitational forces, and 13's quirk basically created a focused gravity while that sucked in anything and vaporized it. The answer to their problems was literally in front of him. All of a sudden, the vacuum visibly bent around 13 and instead started to tear away at Kurogiri, creating an even stronger vacuum force as it started to suck him in. "What?" he called out in surprise as he immediately closed down the portal, trying to prevent his body from being sucked into 13's uncapped finger. 13, on the other hand, kept her quirk activated despite the sudden change of events, her experience forcing her to deal with Kurogiri first before worrying about it. Izuku, seeing that the disaster had been averted, moved his hand away from the vacuum and aimed towards Kurogiri, something that he had noticed. "That boy," he called out in shock. Izuku's fingers curled in, leaving only his index finger and thumb open. His hand imitated the shape of a gun as he let the pressure within his body flow around and into his index finger, focusing it all into a single spot. "Bang," he whispered. Suddenly, a brief flash of black emerged for a moment before the air parted around his index finger. A second later, Kurogiri was sent flying away and crashed into the wall hard. The wall behind him immediately cracked loudly, small pieces of rock and debris tumbling from it, as the villain hit it hard enough to form a small crater. The villain's groaning was the only indication that he was alive as he slumped on the wall. The students can hardly believe their eyes. They couldn't even see what happened, let alone process it. The only thing that indicated that anything had happened at all was the faint trails of air that led towards the downed villain's direction. That was way too fast, was the general thought running through everyone's mind. 13 deactivated her quirk as she looked at Izuku in clear shock. The same expression was mirrored by the rest of the students as well. Izuku, on the other hand, was staring at his hand in wonder. His analytical mind was already sorting through what had happened. He had never done that before. Sure, he had created shockwaves, but the amount of power and speed that the bullet had possessed were absurd. Was it really something he had done? Wait, instead of merely using portions of his energy like he usually did, he had instead focused it all into one spot and released it. Like water being released through a very small hose nozzle. It had been a lot more focused, resulting in a faster and more powerful blast. And that wasn't even all. He had only used a little amount of his energy. What on earth would have happened if he had put his all into it? He shuddered at the possibility. Midoriya, Kirishima's voice, pulled him out of his stupor, making him realize that his classmates were staring at him. What the fuck was that? "You, He was a bit surprised by the sudden question, leaving him unsure about how to answer it. Luckily, 13 came to the rescue. "Questions can wait for later. Those with strength-enhancing quirks should help me restrain the villain," she commanded as she rushed towards Kurogiri. Sato and Kirishima immediately followed her. "Ida, get out of here," Izuku suddenly said, making the speedster and some of the other students look at him in shock. "Excuse me?" Tenya asked, scandalized. Realizing how the words had sounded, he rectified his statement. "I meant that you need to get out of the building and call for help. You're the fastest among us." Ida hesitated at that, but suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle could be heard. Looking around for the source of the noise, the students saw that the villain was trying to escape from the hold that 13, Kirishima, and Sato had on him. "Damn, he's strong. We need to hold him down. Ida, get a move on." "But what about you? You're faster than me," Ida reasoned with Midoriya. "I'm needed here, you've seen what I can do. It's best for me to help here," Izuku retorted. "Plus, out of everyone here, you're the only one who can keep up with me in terms of speed," he continued before looking around them. He noticed that the door to the exit was still locked. "The door," he muttered anxiously. Shoji, the closest to the door, noticed Midoriya's gaze and remembered that the massive double doors were still locked. Not one to waste time. He quickly rushed towards the exit and punched it open with some well-placed strikes, breaking it in the process. "Ida, quickly!" Ida looked towards his other classmates. All of them were looking right back at him with anticipation and encouragement. Hope and desperation shone clearly in their eyes. "You guys," he muttered before gritting his teeth with resolve. Immediately, he lowered his center of gravity and started running. The engines on his calves burst into action as he sped towards the exit. Hiroji, noticing this, immediately expanded his black mass towards Ida, shocking Kirishima and Sato from the sudden movement. "Not so fast, you brat," the villain yelled in a last-ditch effort. "Ida!" The students screamed as they looked on helplessly. Suddenly, the black mass was sucked back, flowing into 13's uncapped fingers. "You didn't forget about me, did you?" 13 taunted. Hiroji grunted in frustration before warping the rubble around him, sending it directly above the entrance to slow Ida down and crush Shoji in the process. The multi-armed teen widened his eyes in surprise, creating more arms and hands. He valiantly tried to punch and deflected all out of the way. But being only one person against a seemingly unending hailstorm of rock, there was only so much he could do. Too far away to help, the rest of his classmates watched in horror as the rubble fell, inches away from crushing the overwhelmed Shoji. Suddenly, a familiar crackling sound filled the air. A massive explosion blew through the debris, vaporizing it immediately. All that was left to fall on Shoji were a few pebbles that bounced off him harmlessly. "Don't look down on me, damn it!" Katsuki screamed as he blasted it away, landing on the ground and creating a dust cloud from his flight to destroy the rubble. Ida gritted his teeth as he ran faster and faster, pushing his quirk to its limits as he kept running through the pathway created by his classmates. "Just you all wait. They'll get us help," he yelled before blurring into the distance. His classmates all smiled in relief as they watched him escape. "You better do just that, for eyes," Katsuki grumbled, though his tone was soft and the grin on his face was clear. The whole class hopes were now resting solely on his shoulders. Hiroji, seeing that a student had escaped, warped away angrily, disappearing and escaping from capture, much to 13's chagrin. "Damn it!" Kirishima cursed as he watched the villain slip away. Hiroji reappeared by the fountain. His breathing was a bit labored, but he knew that after a little bit of rest he would be fine. He was surprised by the capability of the students. He hadn't expected them to be this strong. But in hindsight, he knew that he should have. They had been trained in the most prodigious hero school in the country, after all. It had been a mistake to take them lightly, and that was something that he would not repeat. But the most worrying issue had been the green-haired child. Just what had that student done to be able to send him flying away like that? And not to mention that speed. "Hiroji," Shigaraki called, pulling him out of his stupor. "You look like shit, what happened?" The students were far stronger than expected, Tamura Shigaraki. One of them even managed to escape. "I regret to inform you that the hero's reinforcements will be showing up any minute now," Hiroji answered. Shigaraki growled at that, scratching his neck irritatedly. His malice-filled red eyes glared at the mist man angrily as he struggled to form words in his rage. "If you weren't our ticket out of here, I'd destroy you right now," he spat furiously. Hiroji looked at the man in front of him before sighing regretfully. They had planned to infiltrate the school to kill the students, create some mayhem, and the people's faith in the heroes would waver. Hiroji had even specifically warped himself into the school, with some help from villains with stealth quirks, to steal the school's schedules. They had managed to get in and out easily without worrying over alarms. Some of them had actually been rather surprised at how easy it had turned out to be. Either UA had gotten extremely complacent, or they had gotten extremely lucky. Either way, the schedules had allowed them to plan which time would be perfect for their attack, and they just so happened to have a class far from the school. It was supposed to be easy and quick, but the students had managed to hold their own. After all, as the saying goes, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And for that precise reason, the villains hadn't only come with one plan of action. "Shigaraki, I think it would be for the best that we go with Plan B," Hiroji advised. The villain stopped scratching and tilted his head in thought, his movements looking strangely eerie. "Yeah," he began. "The heroes are more distracted by the cannon fodder, so Nomu will deal with them while they focus on the small fries." He started to laugh sinisterly, grinning hatefully at his surroundings. "Hiroji, send them all here." "As you wish, Tamura Shigaraki." Hiroji acquiesced, creating portals around him as he extended his mist-like body. The students and teachers watched in apprehension, the villains also pausing in their attacks, as they stopped to observe. It seemed like even they were confused by what was going on. Suddenly, more villains appeared from the warp gates. They landed in front of the middle area, almost crowding it thanks to the sheer number of them. The original plan was to split the students into the USJ's multiple zones and let the villains handle them, but that plan had failed due to Kurogira's failure to warp the students away. Now, rather than sending the students away to the villains, they would bring the villains to them. The students looked on in horror as they saw the villains, Aizawa retreating back towards the stairs as they all appeared. He was a proficient fighter, but even he was thoroughly out of his league here. A few groups of villains he can handle with some support, but this many. Even he was starting to have doubts. Izuku stared at the sheer number of villains in horror. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Looking at his classmates, he could see horror and despair in their eyes. Even if Ida managed to get reinforcements, he really wasn't sure they would be able to arrive in time to save them. In fact, they were more likely to arrive in time to save their corpses from rotting. Izuku's mind whirred in thought, trying to come up with a suitable course of action. He gritted his teeth as he observed the villains. They were all still confused about what had happened and were looking at the two leading villains for answers, meaning they weren't as coordinated as Izuku had originally thought. Midoriya took a deep breath as he came to a single conclusion. They were going to have to fight it out. Endure the villains until reinforcements arrive. In order to do that, they needed to set up a defensive formation. All right, he breathed out, making his classmates look at him oddly. His determined expression confused them. We can still fight them off, he began, making them look shocked and doubtful. And considering what was in front of them, their disbelieving faces were understandable. How? A short purple boy, Mineta, cried out. Are you even seeing the villains in front of us? What makes you think we can make it out alive? He asked incredulously, his voice raising in volume as he talked. The rest of the students didn't want to really admit it, but the tiny boy was right. They really couldn't see any hope of getting out of the death trap they were currently holed up in. Could you just shut up? A voice muttered, coming from an unlikely source. Bakugo glared at Mineta, making him sweat in fear as he continued, louder and angrier this time. We're training to be heroes. Have some guts, damn it. If you're already scared by some small fries, then you're hopeless, he admonished rudely. Besides, the damn nerd has a plan, don't you? He asked, turning to Izuku. Izuku smiled a little. Despite the rather rude way he spoke, the green-haired boy was starting to see some changes in Bakugo. The old Bakugo wouldn't even consider accepting someone else's plan, much less their help. Sure, it might be some sort of desperate act, but then again, it's a good start. Yeah, I got one. However, we need to work together to make sure it succeeds. This isn't just some training exercise anymore. We're dealing with villains. Actual villains. These guys won't hesitate to kill us. The students gulped nervously as they heard his words, the pressure of death still looming over their necks. We have no choice, huh? A voice said calmly. The students all looked towards Todoroki as one. His expression was still as stoic as ever, but there was a steel-like glint in his heterochromatic eyes. Whether we follow your plan or not, the villains will still attack us. The best way we can get out of here is to follow you, he stated. Yeah, pretty much, Izuku confirmed with a sigh. All right then, Todoroki said in a resigned voice. What do you need us to do? Izuku looked at Todoroki in surprise. That easily? Had thought he was going to need to pull some speech out of nowhere or something to get them to cooperate. Todoroki, noticing his amazement, raised an eyebrow. Other than the teachers, you're our best chance at getting us out of here. The teachers prioritize our safety, but beyond that they're also waiting for reinforcements. You, on the other hand, know how to make sure we stay alive beyond just waiting for it, he stated, making 13 flinch at his words. He wasn't exactly wrong, though. The heroes were all out of plans at that moment. The rescue hero acknowledged regretfully. With the amount of villains there were, they weren't even sure if they would be able to get out of the place when the time came. There was also the leader of the villains and the hulking creature beside him to worry about. So, let's hear it. What's your plan? Todoroki asked, making the rest look at him with a curious but hopeful gaze. At that moment, Izuku couldn't help but feel pressured. The lives of his classmates and teachers depended on him now. If the plan screwed up, it would all be on him. No pressure. With another deep breath, he started. Okay, So the best way we can survive is by making a defensive formation. A formation? Zero asked curiously. Yeah, if we make a suitable formation, we can hold them off until the heroes arrive. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to allow us to support everyone. He spoke while letting energy fill his index finger, stabbing it into the solid ground beneath him to draw out the formation. The way we do this is to let the more physically capable among us be at the front. Their job is to defend the rest from the incoming villains. He drew out multiple circles in a wave-like formation. At the back will be the mid-range or long-range Quirk users. Those of us that can attack from range will cover the front lines from ambushes and finish off any villains. He then drew more circles, but this time at the back of the wave. What if we get tired then? Momo asked as she crouched down beside him, her own mind analyzing the chances that the plan possessed. That's the difficult part. We'll need to cycle through our members. Those that stay at the front would tag out the moment they feel tired, sending in someone new as the long ranges cover them. Same goes to the long-range attackers. Izuku drew out some arrows and a new circle behind the previous ones. All of them are small fry, so just a few strong hits will take them down. Bakugo pointed out, his natural intelligence shining through. Some people were so distracted by his usual attitude that they sometimes forgot that he was actually smart. His point did make people realize something. Most of the villains there would be D-list villains at best. There was no way for them to gather that many high-ranking villains. But if they were just some low-level thugs, of course that would be possible. Yeah, so even with their numbers, we can still take them out with a few well-placed attacks. Izuku confirmed. All in all, it was a simple plan. It probably wasn't perfect and had a lot of flaws. But considering their current situation, it was the only viable option for them. This could work, Momo said excitedly, her eyes brightening as her hope was rekindled. Yes, we could just let 4 people out at the front at first. The back will have 6 people covering them. I can make some cannons for the rest to use. What is it with you and cannons? Jaira deadpanned. Hey, they are useful, plus those villains wouldn't know what hit them. Momo excused. Yeah, whatever makes you sleep at night, Yamamoto. Mina teased, making Momo pout. The rest of the class laughed a little, glad for some levity despite their current situation. 13, on the other hand, looked towards Nagant. She had slowly backed up from her position along with Eraser, both of them having heard the plan. They gave her affirming nods, lending the plan some credibility. All right, everyone, 13 called out, making the students look at her. Midoriya, we'll go with your plan. Me and Nagant will support you from the back, while Eraser aids you at the front lines. 13 gave him a thumbs up, making him smile gratefully. All right, everyone. Izuku stood, his eyes blaze in determination as he smiled. His fist slammed into his palm, creating a resounding thud. Let's get out of here alive. Yeah. After the villains finally managed to get over their confusion, they couldn't help but get excited. They were about to show some brats how the world worked, and maybe even kill a few heroes while they were at it. However, looking at the scene in front of them only made them confused. The students were lined up before them with a lot of spaces in between. Eraser stood at the center, while the other 2 teachers stayed at the back with their quirks prepared. The students stood ready with determination blazing in their eyes. Izuku stood at the front beside Eraser. By his side was Katsuki, while at his back were Momo, Mina, and Nagant. Hey, what's with them? Don't know, some kind of last stand? Who cares? Let's get to it. The more of these brats are dead, the more money we get. Those words snapped the rest of the villains out of their stupor, making them all charge up the stairs as they headed towards the assembled students. Izuku smirked as he saw this. Despite the size of the villains, the staircase itself would force the villains to watch for space, limiting their numbers and making it harder for them to attack thanks to the heroes' high ground advantage. As the first among the villains reached them, several of them rushed towards the group with their fists pulled back or with quirks activating. The amount of people would make anyone sweat in fear, but not him. He had his friends behind him protecting him. He could handle some low-level villains with their help. With a deep breath, he released an invisible wave of energy onto his surroundings, creating a sensory field around him as his perception of time slowed down. As the villains ascended towards them, his hand pulled back to his side as his other hand framed it. He was minutely aware of Katsuki's screaming as the sound of explosions filled his ear. He could feel his body being filled with energy, creating the shroud state that he had trained and perfected for oh so long. A majority of it flowed towards the hand at his side, creating a dense energy that blazed around his right hand. The flash of black light appeared, and this time it stayed, covering his hand like a miniature black sun that repelled everything around it. As his hand coursed with power, he gripped it into a fist while preparing himself mentally. His hand can barely be seen thanks to the amount of power that was converging. He could feel the power coursing through him, enhancing him to superhuman levels as his muscles coiled in anticipation. With a burst of movement, he appeared before the first villain in the blink of an eye. The villain had a quirk that let him have steel-like scales around his body. Sadly, that wouldn't protect him here. Pulling his right arm even further back, Izuku solidified his stance and breathed. He had pulled a page out of his earlier action towards the mist villain, concentrating a majority of his energy to a single spot. He couldn't afford to use it like before where he released them like a bullet, who knew what could happen. So instead, it all pooled into Izuku's hand as he prepared his attack. And at that moment, the black sun crackled like thunder. It was a simple punch, a simple right straight that targeted the villain's midsection. And yet, boom. A resounding boom could be heard throughout the facility as the scale villain was sent flying away from the stairs, bouncing off the steps as his steel-like scales cracked and dislodged from his body. His eyes looked blank as he ragdolled his way into the ground, the only indication that he was alive being the subtle movement of his body, twitching, yet breathing in pain. Looking at the source, Izuku stood there. His fist was still outstretched, the hand still covered by the black spot as it flowed around his fist. Pulling it back, he held it in front of him as his visor-covered eyes stared at them. His pupilless eyes looked towards the villains with a piercing gaze, searching for its next target. The words spoken sent chills down their spines. Who's next? Chapter 8. The sounds of battle could be heard within the USJ, crackling explosions, surging ice, and sizzling electricity drifting around almost lazily. That was if you didn't look at the cause, though. If you did, it was chaos. By the stairs, the students were setting up their own little fortress and line of defense to combat the waves of enemies. Multiple villains surged up the stairs, eagerly aiming for the students with their quirks. Momo had already created a line of riot shields that helped cover the heroes, creating a line of defense to rely on whenever they needed to either switch or just take cover from a particularly deadly enemy attack. In between those shields were the muzzle of cannons, blasting away round after round of cannonballs towards the villains like a scene from a pirate movie. Although they did their job, injuring the villains and deterring a good chunk of them from making their way up the stairs. Fire! Momo commanded as she pushed through her tiredness, her hand outstretched as the rest of her classmates fired the cannons, sending a large group of villains flying away. Other than the teachers, she had wordlessly been appointed as the students' leader alongside Midoriya. And so far, she was doing well. The students had immediately looked to her for instructions when in the back lines, the position as leader among them being adequately filled by the rich girl, as she naturally commanded them with some aid from Nagant and 13. Nagant was extremely proud of her behavior, too. She had seen her potential to become a leader and knew that the only thing stopping her was her low self-confidence. Therefore, it was something that Nagant had made sure to slowly help her through as the class was training their quirks. Izuku and her other friends had also played some role in it thanks to their positive encouragement and support for her. You know, Yamamo, I gotta hand it to you. These cannons are fun, Hyoko admitted as she reloaded another round. To be honest, I have to agree. It is fun, Nagant concurred while blasting another group of villains away with a giddy smile. Totally. Come on, come on. Let's blast them all until there's nothing left of them. Toru cheered, making some of them sweat drop at her words. I think some of us got that covered. Kirishima, who was leaning behind a riot shield, pointed out while gesturing towards the front lines. At the scene of the close quarters fighting, the stairs were damaged, with craters and rubble to be seen everywhere. Two of the most prolific fighters there were Sato and Shoji, who were fighting away any villains that got near their defense line, protecting those at the back. Suddenly, A villain tried to ambush Sato from a different angle, only for his body to be loaded to the max with electricity a second later. His nerves screamed in protest as the villain felt his limbs spasm from the influx of electricity. His body slumped down to the ground as smoke flowed out of him. Standing over him was Kaminari, electricity crackling around both of his hands from the punches he had just used to electrocute the sneaky villain. Nagant had suggested that he focused his quirk to a single spot rather than let it be emitted around him wildly, something that he had taken to heart. Through it, he had created some sort of taser fist with his quirk. Sato gave Kaminari a thumbs up as thanks before continuing his work, Kaminari following behind him to cover both him and their multi-armed classmates' backs. Suddenly, the sounds of explosions filled the air, everyone turning to look at the source. The students could see Bakugo flying around from villain to villain and blasting them all away with rather nasty explosions. Die! Bakugo screamed as he blasted away another villain, his words making their opponents hesitate, slightly fearful. Die? Aren't we meant to be the villains here? Was their general thought. Bakugo continued on before a group of villains by his side were covered in ice. Their teeth chattered as a sudden burst of cold hit them, their bodies covered right up to their necks in ice. A trail covering the ground indicated that it was the resident Todoroki in the class that took the liberty of freezing them. Bakugo clicked his tongue but didn't say anything, merely grunting at Todoroki before flying away to blast more explosions at their enemies. That was the closest people could get to a thank you from him at the moment. You're welcome. Todoroki responded sarcastically despite the lack of words from his explosive classmate. Kirishima could only wince a little as he watched the interaction. Man, both of them are really scary. They haven't even switched with anyone since the beginning, he pointed out. Momo nodded at his words, her gaze immediately moving towards the front line as her head tilted anxiously. She was worried about a certain verdette. Just like Bakugo and Todoroki, Izuku hadn't switched with anyone yet either. He was deep in the enemy ranks fighting alongside Eraserhead, acting as their vanguard and bait for the villains. She was extremely hesitant in letting him act as bait, a sentiment that was shared by some of her classmates and even Nagant. Izuku had told them of this plan while he was still near them, explaining it as quickly as he could as the villains had started to regroup. It wasn't part of their formation plan, but it was a suitable addition to help ease the pressure on the rest of his classmates. Izuku's earlier actions had already made him a target, so it was best he kept it that way. And to a certain point, it did work. The villains were currently either trying to stay away from him or bombarding him with their quirks in an effort to take him out. The students couldn't really see where he was at the moment thanks to all the chaos, but they could see a few streaks of black and flying bodies. Momo was still worried, and the only thing stopping her from joining him was the fact that Eraser was with him, acting as support, and the fact that her classmates needed her more here. Suddenly, a call of watch out from Uraraka made her eyes widen in shock. A fireball, perhaps a little larger than Mineta, was zooming straight at them. Instinctively, Momo knew that if it hit them, all of their efforts would be for naught. Get down, she yelled frantically, dropping to the ground along with her fellow heroes in training in order to let the flaming projectile pass harmlessly over them. Not so fast, 13 screamed, sucking the fireball into her uncapped fingers. Her quick thinking effectively put the fire out while keeping the students safe. Seeing this, Nagant immediately moved to investigate, looking over a riot shield and turning her arm into a rifle. Her eyes scanned the crowd of villains up ahead, searching for the perpetrator. It didn't take her long. The villain's smoking hands and annoyed face were all the hints she needed. She had found her target. Twirling a finger around a few strands of her hair, she pulled them away easily and molded them into the shape she wanted, watching as they hardened into a bullet. She then aimed the rifle towards the villain while cocking the bullet, lining up her target. Immediately, a resounding bang filled the air, right as the villain toppled back over into the ground, nursing his bruising chest. He wouldn't be standing up anytime soon, never mind sending dangerous attacks their way. Everyone all right? She called out while loading another bullet, her sharp eyes scanning the field for more dangerous enemies. The students gave their affirmations or nodded at her words, getting back up warily as they were reminded that they were right now on a battlefield. The levity they had possessed for a moment had been destroyed, the only thing remaining being the constant reminder that they might die. Some of them gritted their teeth at the thought. They still had many things they wanted to do in life, and knowing that villains wanted to take those dreams away from them was infuriating and horrifying to think of. With Momo, on the other hand, she cast another worried glance at the front lines. Her worry became more pronounced, something that was noticed by some of her classmates. "Momo," Jairu called out, making the heiress look at her questioningly. "Look, I'm also worried about him. Letting him act as a distraction while we sit here doesn't really feel right to me. But we need you here. We can grill him over it later. All right?" she asked worriedly. "She's right, Karo," Sue agreed. "Besides, Izuku did have that weird blacklight thing around him. He can probably handle himself," Sue noted, though despite that, it was clear there was some hesitance in her words, as if she was unsure of Izuku's current state. "Okay," Momo breathed, calming herself as she got up and started helping and commanding some of her classmates to their positions, getting back into her role as the vice president of the class. Jairu smiled as she saw this before looking over the riot shield wall and into the staircase below, her eyes narrowing as she looked on. "You'd better stay safe, you idiot," she muttered before joining everyone else. At the front lines, Eraser was using his scarf to pull in one of the villains and send a kick towards their head, knocking them out in the process. He breathed a focused sigh before moving away from a sudden claw swipe at him, the villain's Quirk clearly having something to do with an animalistic physique. He took a leap back before throwing his scarf, wrapping it around the villain's hand and pulling him towards another kick to the face. Aizawa grunted as he settled back into a normal stance, looking around him as he saw multiple enemies approaching. He was about to handle them before a black blur flew past him. "Honestly, what is this kid?" he thought to himself as the indistinct shape passed him by. The black blur slammed into the ground in front of the villains, picking up some smoke while emitting a light shockwave around him, halting the villains in their tracks. The nearby villains all watched with trepidation, as they had a good idea who it was. They had seen him beating up their allies left and right after all. Aizawa, on the other hand, looked on with narrowed eyes, staying alert and wary of his surroundings in case of any surprise attacks. As the smoke cleared, there stood Midoriya Izuku. His dark green outfit looked a little dirty and torn at a few places, but he looked fine in general. The metal greaves and gauntlets had chipped and cracked in a few places as well. His hands were now covered in black flashes of energy, covering both of his fists and some parts of his upper arms as it flowed upwards, but never seemed to disperse. A closer look would reveal that his legs were also covered in the same black energy, flowing around his limbs like flames. Izuku eyes the villain stoically, his shroud state still active as he kept the black energy around his limbs alight. The villain started to sweat, and all simultaneously took a step back, gulping nervously at his gaze. "Meitai," Izuku breathed out calmly. Suddenly the verdette moved. There was no sign of it, no crouching, no subtle movement. They could barely see him as he blurred towards them. His right hand pulled back as the villains widened their eyes in surprise. Just as quick as he appeared, he unleashed a right straight at them as he screamed out his new move. Impact. Boom. Another resounding boom sounded, sending light shockwaves towards their surroundings as the villains were sent flying away. Eraser had to ground his legs and cover himself with his arms to block the strong gust of wind that was generated from the blast just to keep himself still. Eraser didn't always show it, but he always prided himself for his keen eyesight. His quirk was an ocular one after all. Keeping it at top condition was the only logical choice. And because of this, if anyone were to ever ask what Midoriya did to send the villains flying, he would swear up and down that the boy didn't even hit them. Sure, the position and movement he did made it seem like he punched them. But really, he had stopped at the last second before landing the blow. And just that alone had created a terrifyingly strong blast. If it had landed, any other than the tougher villains wouldn't survive without some hefty injuries. "Nagant, the hell did you feed this kid?" he thought as he looked at the kid. Izuku breathed a sigh as he looked forward. He had settled back into a more steady stance in order to observe his surroundings better. The sheer destruction around him made him wince a little. Rubble, craters, and even some cannonballs were strewn around, even all the way over here. Noting that the coast would be clear for a while, he glanced down at his body, noticing for the first time the amount of black energy that surrounded his limbs. He had realized that the amount of energy he could produce had slowly increased over the years and had gotten a large jump after training his body. His generation aspect of his quirk now came into play. With now larger stores of power in his grasp, he focused it all into his shroud state, relocating most of it into his limbs for some extra power in his attacks. It was difficult, trying to maintain a larger amount of energy than usual. He needed to always be consciously aware of its flow and make sure it stayed onto his limbs. Even now, he could feel his hold straining. But even with it, he still gritted his teeth and kept on maintaining it. If he had to be the main wall that made sure villains didn't swarm his classmates, then so be it. Near the fountain stood Shigaraki and Kurogyri, the blue-haired villain looking positively murderous as he watched the verdette beating the villains with seeming ease. "What the hell is that kid?" Shigaraki asked angrily. "That was the student that managed to help drive me away. His quirk must have been rather powerful," Kurogyri idly noted, unknowingly making Shigaraki more irritated. Growling, he growled as he scratched his neck in anger. "Damn NPCs should have stayed still and died. Screw it. I'm done waiting." "Shigaraki Tamura, what are you planning?" Kurogyri asked with a healthy amount of worry in his tone. "We wanted them to get tired by Zerg rushing them, but clearly it's not working. Therefore, it's time to let Numa handle it." Shigaraki smiled menacingly behind his mask. "Numa, kill them." The hulking figure beside him immediately moved. There was no indication of it, or even any sign of it. One moment he was standing beside the villain, and the next had him before Izuku in an instant. Izuku's eyes widened, and he involuntarily froze for a fraction of a second as he looked at the behemoth before him. His sensory field had only been able to get a brief signal of it before it was already before him. His temporal perception slowed down, seeing Numu raise its hand in slow motion. The bioengineered enemy's incredible speed still managed to make it look rather quick, though, even when it appeared in slow motion. In mere moments, the huge hand was already raised and pulled back to a fist. Izuku was only able to direct all the energy inside him to his chest before the fist came down. The fist hit his stomach with all the power of a missile. Fortunately, his quirk was able to redirect most of the force away from him, but his breath was still forced from his lungs with an explosive gasp, leaving him dry heaving as he felt all the air within flushed out. Then time resumed normally, sending him flying away and straight back up into the stairs. He crashed into the steps, creating such a large crater beneath him that there weren't even stairs near him anymore, just a ramp. His body was buried deep inside it thanks to the sheer force of the attack. The students and teachers looked back at the front, seeing Izuku's unnaturally still body inside the crater. His visor was cracked and his suit was torn in a few places. "Izuku," Momo breathed out in shock as Jairu covered her mouth with her hand, horrified. The students gasped and some of them had tears in their eyes as they looked at his condition. They looked towards the Numu in fear as they processed what had happened. Eraser immediately went towards Izuku while eyeing the Numu warily. He couldn't even see what the hell happened, but all he could catch was the Numu punching Izuku at speeds it was illegal to drive at. The amount of power and speed within the thing was monstrous. Aizawa had already been using his quirk on it from the moment Shigaraki ordered it to act, but it had still been able to move that fast. It must have been a mutation quirk. He kneeled beside Izuku as he kept his eyes on the Numu, feeling around for the boy's neck and breathing a sigh of relief at his findings. He was still breathing. Good. Suddenly, Numa's head was spun to the right with a crack. There was now a familiar two-tone bullet etched into the left side of its face. Looking at the source, Aizawa could see Nagan on top of the riot shield walls with her rifle out. But the thing that caught his attention was her expression. She looked positively murderous. It wasn't long before Nagant unleashed a rain of bullets onto the hulking creature, her free hand never idle as she inserted round after round into her rifle, shooting them towards the Numu with pinpoint accuracy. The Numu jerked and spasmed as it got hit by multiple bullets, yet Aizawa could faintly see ripples spreading across its body, almost as if it was cushioning the bullets. Something was telling him that that was bad news. After Nagant shot her last bullet, She breathed out a large huff of air as she calmed down, looking at the bullet-riddled Numu warily as she lowered her rifle. She had snapped the moment she saw her student get hurt. Both Aizawa and 13 couldn't blame her. They had heard how she would talk about her class in the teacher's lounge. She had gotten really attached to them right on the first day of classes. To see her own student get hurt right in front of her, it's no wonder she snapped like that. Nagant took a deep breath as she calmed down, looking at Aizawa for some answers, silently asking about Izuku's current state. The nod he gave made her feel like a huge boulder had been lifted from her shoulders. She sighed in relief, her rifle transforming back into her normal right arm for the time being. "Sensei?" Momo's voice broke her out of her reverie, making her look towards her class in concern, finally noting their questioning but hopeful stares. "Is Izuku going to be okay?" Ochako asked her, almost desperately. "He's fine. I'm not sure about his current state, but Eraser has him. He should bring Midoriya here any minute now," she answered, making the class release a sigh of relief. They had thought they lost one of their own for a second there. But before they could celebrate, the sounds of cackling laughter could be heard. Looking towards the source, they could see Tamura laughing maniacally. The sudden jerking motions from the Numu at the corners of their eyes made them realize why. The Numa's body continued to ripple before slowly. The bullets within it started to slowly be pushed out of its body, falling to the ground with clattering noises that only increased the tension in the air. Its previous injuries slowly closed and reverted back to normal. The Numu then jerked around its body before standing in its usual posture, his body looking like before, as if it was never injured in the first place. It was terrifying to see for the students. To see such an inhuman creature push bullets right back out of its body and be as good as new in a matter of seconds, on top of its already terrifying strength and speed levels. The idea that such a thing could exist was hard to process, let alone be accepted. Nagant narrowed her eyes as she inserted another bullet. This time the bullet looked much bigger and sharper. If shot, it could perfectly blow off a limb or put a large hole in the human body. She was no longer taking any chances. The teacher wasn't exactly sure just what this Numu is, but it was abundantly clear from the start that the thing was not human. Abnormal physicality and some form of regeneration ability. It was like the beast had multiple quirks. Useless. All of your attacks are useless against the Numu thanks to its quirks. It was based after All Might himself. Shigaraki idly gloated, making the heroes gulp in fear. With its mutations paired with super regeneration and shock absorption, it's invincible against the likes of you. Even All Might won't be able to beat it. He laughed maniacally. That thing was made in All Might's image, yet apparently better? And it had multiple quirks? The knowledge sent shivers down their spines. Such a thing should be impossible, and yet the evidence was standing before them. The Numu then moved its gaze. Unblinking yet blank eyes moved over Izuku's form, then towards the students before the stairs. It tilted its head as it switched its gaze between Izuku and them, as if debating with himself on which person to target first. "It's intelligent?" Nagant thought in shock. It wasn't much, but the hulking beast was showing some clear signs of intelligence as it scanned them all cautiously. It almost looked like an animal that was planning for a hunt. It was unnerving to see such an expression on a creature like that. Why is the Numu taking its damn time like this? I want them dead, damn it. Shigaraki asked Kurojiri, extremely irritated at this point. His voice, however, was kept low enough that only those near the two could hear him. "Patience, Tamura Shigaraki. The doctor did say it was a prototype. Some minor mishaps are to be expected," Kurojiri answered, making Shigaraki growl impatiently. He reluctantly accepted the reasoning, though. For now. Aizawa, being the closest to them at the moment, narrowed his eyes. "It's a prototype? Does that mean that there are more of them?" The thought of there being multiple creatures like it, all with multiple quirks, and being possibly able to rival All Might sent shivers down his spine. If they were ever released into the streets. The sheer thought of it was terrifying. Suddenly, the Numu moved its gaze, looking towards the students at the top of the stairs as it opened its jaw. Its large pink tongue slithered out and ran wetly over its lips, looking towards the students with a weird glint in its usually unblinking eyes to create a truly horrifying appearance. Its open jaws made it look like it was grinning with pure sadism. The students could recognize that glint in its eyes easily, cold sweat trickling down their backs, as some took a step back in fear. They could already recognize the pure sadistic and malicious glee in its eyes. The beast then suddenly moved again, blasting away the wall of riot shields that they had spent so long setting up and defending with. The sheer suddenness of it and the small shock waves sent them all skidding and bouncing away like bowling pins. The students all stared listlessly at the Numu, paralyzed in fear. Its large and inhuman visage made it even more intimidating. Suddenly, the sound of crackling could be heard. And out of nowhere, a massive explosion erupted in the Numu's face. Bakugu had immediately flown towards the Numu the moment it had appeared, ready to beat its ass. The teen blasted explosion after explosion at the hulking creature, making it take a step back from the constant attacks hitting it. "Go to hell," he screamed as he let out a final finishing explosion, snapping the rest of the students out of their reverie as he flew away from the mad beast. A sudden wave of ice appeared and approached the Numu at amazing speeds, freezing it from top to bottom and locking it firmly in place. As the smoke and frost in the air started to clear, everyone began to see that the Numu's top body was heavily injured. Multiple high-degree burns and areas of gouged-out flesh littered its body. The sudden wave of cold from the ice made it even worse, too. The Numu's healing quirk was trying to heal the injuries slowly, but its effects were rendered even more sluggish process thanks to the cold making the injuries worse. All in all, everyone could agree that it looked rather gruesome. A sudden sound of gunshot can be heard, making the Numu jerk as another larger hole appeared in its chest. Its internal organs and rib cage revealed themselves to the world as they peeked through the massive hole that now resided where its chest was supposed to be. TCH, how strong is this thing? Nagant gritted her teeth as she inserted another bullet, preparing to launch another round of bullets towards the creature. The rest of the students hadn't been standing idle, however. Bang! A sudden reverberating sound echoed around the USJ, a fraction of a second before a cannonball slammed into the Numu. It was sent tumbling and skidding away as the ice around it broke, leaving it broken and battered on the ground. Its body tried to move, but another cannonball promptly slammed itself into it, stopping it from moving while sending it careening away. Looking towards the source, Nagant saw two smoking cannon barrels. Leaning on them, Momo stood in the middle as she created another round of cannonballs, prepared to send another volley of metal. "That's for Izuku." She glared determinedly. The Numu suddenly roared, getting back up quickly as his wounds regenerated nearly instantly, looking good as new as it roared towards the students. Thwip! The sounds of tape dispensing could be heard, confusing everybody before they remembered Ciro's quirk. Suddenly a strand of it appeared and shot towards the Numu, and at the end of it was Mineta? The pop-off user screamed as he was suddenly slingshot forwards, tears springing up in his eyes both from his speed and fear as he saw the Numu eyeing him. "Get away from me," he cried, throwing his pop-off balls one after the other at the mutant, a mix of determination and fear on his face. The creature roared, turning to leap towards Mineta before realizing something. Its lower body was littered with sticky purple balls, sticking his legs to the ground and each other. "Nice one, Mineta," Ciro complimented while pulling him back. He then unleashed another strand of tape towards the beast, this time revealing a defiantly yelling Kaminari at its end. Kaminari was launched toward the Numu's back, landing on it with a solid thump. He raised his hands decisively, electricity crackling dangerously between them. "Take this." Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. He screamed as he brought his hands down, overloading the Numu with electricity. The beast gave a deafening roar as its nerves screamed in pain. The electricity filled its body, yellow bolts of lightning arcing around on its black skin as it writhed in pain. Kaminari was then suddenly reeled in away from danger, leaving the Numu to fall down to its knees. Then a pink blur rushed towards the Numu, revealing itself to be Ochako, who swiped at its right arm just hard enough to activate her quirk without being harmed by the electricity that was already dying down. Uraraka then grabbed Numu and threw it into the air, taking advantage of the Numu's sudden shocked and stunned state to fling it away. It suddenly removed gravity, made it easy for her where it should have been impossible. Tokoyami. Sue. Ochako screamed. Tsu jumped high into the air as Tokoyami grounded himself, Tsu easily surpassing Numa's airborne position thanks to her naturally strong legs. Dark Shadow. The Goth commanded, making a bird-headed shadow-like creature appear and rush towards the Numu. The shadow grabbed one of the beast's arms while Tsu wrapped her tongue around the other. With a mighty whiplash, both of them flung the Numu back towards the stairs below. Uraraka pushed her hands together as sweat matted her hair, her teeth gritting as she deactivated her quirk. Release. The Numa's fall was boosted by the sudden return of gravity, sending it crashing into the ground and kicking up a large cloud of dust. Shigaraki growled as he saw this. His form trembled with barely suppressed rage as he futilely tried to process whatever was happening to his trump card. How? Numu was supposed to be invincible, so how the hell were brats like you able to stop him? He screamed, his throat turning hoarse from the sheer rage he was putting into his voice. You're all supposed to be pissing yourself in fear. So how? Did you really think some nobody like you could beat us down? Bakugo asked mockingly, his palms lighting up as he sneered savagely at them. It's going to take a lot more than that to defeat us. Ochako concurred with a yell as her eyes burned in determination, standing tall before them with a defiant glare. We're more than capable enough to stop all of you. Todoroki added frostily, ice shimmering in the air around him. Shigaraki shook in anger and rage as he looked unto the students, the class that stood tall on top of the stairs and refused to be beaten in a battle of willpowers. Lining up beside themselves as they readied their quirks, their teachers also challenged the villains facing them with proud expressions. Numu. Shigaraki roared, tired of it all. Get back up and finish your damn job. A guttural roar could be heard from within the smoke, and a large gust of wind was released from within, revealing the black behemoth itself. It roared towards the heroes, clear anger burning in its unblinking eyes. The heroes braced themselves for the worst, knowing that if all that did basically nothing to it, then they were in serious trouble, as if they hadn't been already. The Numu then moved at an almost instantaneous speed, appearing before them in a mere instant, reminding them of the sheer power that was held within its seemingly unstoppable body. It raised its fist, silently grinning at the unfortunate Ochako who stood below it. The Gravity Girl could do nothing but stare at the sudden appearance of the Numu in horror and shock. Her classmates ran towards her, to push her away, to distract the beast, to do something, anything, to help their classmate. However, the Numu was infinitely faster. The fist descended. Boom. Yet it never reached its target. Still frozen, Ochako looked on with wide eyes as she recognized the familiar green hair and torn outfit before her. The figure that had stopped the attack and was now holding it back with nothing but his crossed forearms. Izuku, she called out in shock. Izuku stood before her, his arms held up in a cross shape and resisting the whole weight of Numa's arm and attack. His teeth gritted as he eyed it almost ferally. He could feel his knees starting to buckle under him, but he pushed through and stood strong and steady. Is that all you got? He taunted with a bloody smirk. Damn it, you problem child. Aizawa screamed in frustration. He had brought Midoriya upstairs to keep him away from the battle, but he had looked away from him for just a single second, and next thing he knew, the kid was already halfway to the Numu. The beast snarled angrily, raising its second hand and gripping it tightly. Izuku almost crumpled under the pressure despite it not even having attacked yet. Then the hand descended. Then another, and another, and another, all devolving into a rushing slugfest of repeated punches that could decimate large boulders, with winds bursting around as they moved at high speeds. All of them focused on the boy beneath it. Izuku screamed as he held on. He could feel his body breaking under the constant impact, but he held on for all he was worth. Those with keen eyes could notice faint trails and flashes of black around Izuku's crossed forearms. All of it focused into a single spot. Some of the students looked on in confusion and worry, wondering what Izuku was planning. They would have attempted to help, but the shock waves from Numa's attacks were stopping them from even beginning to approach. Ochako had been blown back immediately, but had been caught by Tsuyu before she landed. However, Numu could feel that its efforts were not effective, and thus slowly started to increase the speed and power focused in its attacks. Izuku kept on struggling in his endeavor as he felt the attacks increasing, slowly bending his knees in order to withstand the constant assault, slowly keeping up his quirk, gathering all the force of its attacks to a single spot and containing it. Some of the blows managed to leak out and injure him, but he gritted his teeth and bare with it. He can feel something wet trail down his cheek and mouth, tasting and smelling of copper and rust. His insides feeling strained and torn from the constant pushing of his quirk. With a final roar, the Numu gave one last powerful punch. Large winds picked up and whipped around the two combatants as the blows generated mighty shockwaves. Izuku slid back as he kept the force all contained, his body almost falling down to the ground, and yet he pushed up and stood strong through with nothing but sheer will. Cross. He breathed out, making Numu hesitate in confusion. The heroes could now see there was a black spot gathered in the middle of the teenager's crossed forearms. The gauntlets around his limbs were all but destroyed. Emerald eyes glared fiercely at the Numu, no trace of forgiveness anywhere to be found in them. It had tried to attack. No, it had tried to kill his classmates, his friends. And that was unacceptable. Izuku breathed in. Impact. Then breathed out a dragon's roar. The black core burst, unleashing a focused beam of pure force, all directed towards the Numu. All of its previous attacks were sent back towards it. Everything it had given, it was about to receive. It was fast, too fast to even see it. The next thing everyone knew, there was a massive hole in the Numu's chest as it was sent flying back towards the main villains. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri widened their eyes as they jumped out of the way, letting the Numu crash into the fountain. Marble exploded in a cloud of dust and rubble as water sprayed everywhere. Shigaraki shakily got up, shivering not out of shock, but rage. His baleful crimson eyes gazed into the verdette with sheer hatred. "You," he spat, his anger reaching such towering levels that he could barely even think properly. "Hey, villains," Izuku called out with a raspy voice, slowly standing back up properly as he glared at them defiantly. Despite his raspy voice, it could easily be heard throughout the silently shocked area. "You asked how we kept stopping you." He began slowly walking back up the steps as his classmates rushed towards him. "Haven't you ever heard our motto?" he hissed. Ochako grabbed him and let him lean into her, but he kept his fiery glare steady despite the sudden movement. They could all see how bloody he looked at the moment. A good portion of his face was covered in blood. "And yet, we keep standing up. Even if we fall, we get back up no matter what. Even when all hope is lost." He breathed out, leaning more into Ochako to steady himself. The rest stood beside him as they all glared towards the villains. He gave a feral grin as they all stood defiantly. The heroes can't help but smile along with him. To go beyond. And why might you ask? Well, the reason was simple. Plus ultra, they all roared. For their hope was reignited. Some might say the beacons of hope were born the moment they entered UA, but no. It was at this moment that they were properly created. For it is in the darkest of despair, hope shines the brightness. The battle had only begun. Chapter 9. The heroes were tired and bloodied. They had fought against waves over waves of villains to their fullest capabilities as they waited for reinforcement. The presence of the Numu should have crushed any hope of surviving this battle. And yet, the impossible happened. The students were able to defeat the Numu. Through a combination of quirks and ingenuity, they managed to put the beast out of the fight. Now they stood with their teachers at the top of the stairs, their eyes alight with determination as they all glared down towards the villains. With the villains on the other hand, the situation was reversed. What's left of the cannon fodder villains had all looked towards the students with fear in their eyes. They couldn't even see the Numu properly, let alone keep up with it. And those kids had just defeated it? Yet there was no way for them to beat them if even the Numu couldn't. Shigaraki, on the other hand, was shaking with rage as he glared at the students, his body shaking as he could barely hold it all in. If looks could kill, then everyone in the facility would have been dead 10 times over. Izuku panted as he leaned into Ochako, his bloodied form staining her costume as he could barely keep himself upright. "Izuku, you need to rest," Ochako advised. "See can't," he breathed, his voice raspy. But even with that, his eyes still burned with determination as he planned to fight besides his classmates. "Why are you doing this? You need to rest. Can't you see how injured you are?" Ochako said frantically as she tried to drag Izuku away. He tried to stop her, to keep on moving, to keep fighting along with them. But the injuries he had sustained were weighing him down. The recent rush of adrenaline had finally receded, making him realize the amount of injuries and wounds on him. "I can't leave. You guys," he grounded out weakly, his body flailing weakly much to Ochako's irritation. She was about to give him a piece of her mind before someone beat her to it. "Izuku," Momo called out, making him look towards her weakly. "We can handle ourselves. You've done enough already." Momo reasoned with him before smiling warmly. "Take a rest. We got this." Izuku looked towards her, noting the fire in her eyes before glancing towards the rest of his classmates. He could see all of them preparing their quirks as they glared towards the villains, their eyes shining in determination. "TCH, and you told me teamwork was important." Bakuga scoffed as he glared at Izuku. What happened to all those words from before, huh? Isn't trusting and relying on other people a part of it? Izuku can't help but slowly smile pitifully at Bakuga's words. He was right. He was trying to shoulder it all by himself. Years of constant self-reliance was taking its toll on him. Even with only his mother's help, he was still trying to tackle everything head-on by himself. "TCH, you're the last person I need to hear that from." Izuku breathed out weakly. Despite the words, though, he slumped back towards Ochako, his consciousness slowly fading away. The last thing that he ever saw was Ochako's comforting smile. "We got this, Izuku. Just take a rest." She comforted him. With that, Izuku slumped back down with an easy smile. Bakugo only turned around as he walked towards the front of the group, explosions crackling around his palms to start heating them up and build up sweat. "Sensei," he called out to Nagant, "permission to use my gauntlets." Nagant merely glanced at Bakugo, taking a second to consider her options before deciding. "Use it only when needed. I don't need you killing these villains," she said while taking out her phone, releasing the lock on his gauntlets. Bakugo gave a savage grin at that. "Of course, Sensei." The school had created a safety precaution when it comes to creating support items. If any was deemed too dangerous in the hands of students, they would install a locking mechanism into it to avoid the students using it recklessly. It could only be lifted with the teacher's permission or anyone with a certain level of authority. These locks would only be removed from the support item when the student showed they were responsible enough for it, or when they graduated from the school. After knowing of Bakuga's quirk and his requested support item, the school had installed one into his gauntlets, already realizing the potential collateral and danger that such a thing could have in the hands of an emotional teenager. It was reinforced even more after noting his volatile personality. Bakugo made his way to the front, his grin becoming more apparent as he heard the telltale click of his gauntlets unlocking. The rest of the students, however, were too focused on the villains to make note of it. The villains, however, seemed a bit too scared to approach the students, already seeing what they could potentially do. Shigaraki, on the other hand, was too angry to notice it. "What are you idiots waiting for then? Get them," he ordered. The villains look at each other with some fear in their eyes before steeling themselves. They still have numbers in their advantage. They can still win this. The villains then rushed towards the heroes, their quirks readied. Bakugo blasted away towards the villains, using his explosions to launch himself towards them. He idly realized that a few of his classmates followed his lead, preparing their own quirks as well. With a nimble roll in the air, he blasted himself upwards and launched an explosion at a villain's back, sending them crashing towards the ground. With another blast, he launched a kick towards another villain's stomach, making them keel over in pain. He rolled away as he heard a faint sound of surging ice, managing to avoid being frozen over like the nearby villains around him. Looking over to the source, he found Todoroki breathing out a large puff of air as he finished freezing over the villains around him. He must have overpowered his attack to be able to reach Bakugo. "Oi, icy hot. Watch where you're using it, damn it," he scolded. "Sorry, lost a bit of control," Todoroki apologized. A sudden scream of rage took their attention. Looking to the source, they found the leader of the villains rushing towards them with his hands pulled to the side. Seemed like Shigaraki had finally snapped and decided to handle things himself. With a swipe of his hand, Shigaraki sent a claw attack towards Bakugo with a howl of rage. Bakugo merely scoffed at the attack, taking a step back and using his gauntlet to block it. This is the League of Villains leader? He looked pathetic. Suddenly, something changed. Before his very eyes, he couldn't see his gauntlet crumbling. Its color turned gray as slowly pieces of it turned to dust before his very eyes. Reactively, he sent an explosion towards Shigaraki while using it to make some space between them, sending Shigaraki rolling away in pain while Bakugo flew away from him. His eyes widened as he tried to comprehend what had happened. Looking into his gauntlet, he could still see some bits and pieces of it still crumbling away, revealing his arm underneath. Whatever Shigaraki did, his quirk had basically destroyed his support item with a touch. "Icy hot, don't let him touch you," he warned. "I know that," Todoroki answered, already seeing what had happened to Bakugo. Shigaraki slowly raised himself back up, his baleful red eyes eyeing the students before him with barely concealed rage. His anger-filled state meddling with his thought process. With a sudden lunge, he sped towards Todoroki with a hand raised. His deceptively strong stature managed to cover a large space and reach Todoroki. In a panic, Todoroki unleashed another burst of ice, completely engulfing the villain in ice. The ice was gigantic, covering a large amount of space as its peak point towards the dome of the facility. It was basically a glacier at this point. Todoroki released another large breath, his breath turning visible thanks to the cold he was experiencing. The drawback of his quirk was starting to take its toll on him. Bakugo, on the other hand, was looking at the ice with some shock. He knew Todoroki was strong, but to know that it was at this level. Suddenly, cracks could be seen appearing around the glacier. Both Todoroki and Bakugo took a couple of steps back from it, retreating back near the stairs in case they needed some backup. Their classmates were already easily dealing with the scant few villains that were left. Slowly the cracks tore open. In the middle of it all stood Shigaraki. His hand had touched the ice wall by his side, showing the source of the cracks coming from it. Larger and larger pieces of the glacier fell down, casting a shadow around him. His crimson-red eyes shone even with the dark visage covering his frame. He looked positively menacing. The students gulped as they all saw this, preparing their quirks as they realized that the villain before them was far stronger than they thought. To see such a frail-looking man bring a glacier down was astonishing and fear-inducing to say the least. Shigaraki let out a sigh as he glared at them all, ignoring the throbbing pain around his chest from the action. "I've had it enough with every single one of you. Time after time, you all kept being a pain in the ass," he ground out. He slowly flexed and moved his fingers erratically, lowering them to his sides as he dropped his center of gravity, preparing to lunge at the nearest student to kill them. Suddenly, a crash could be heard. The sound of steel denting under pressure while glass shattering could be heard. However, it did not come from the villain before them. "Apologies for being late." A rather cheery voice could be heard, making the students smile in relief. Some even had tears in their eyes as they fell down to their knees. They could recognize that voice anywhere. They had heard it in the orientation after all. "Everyone, it's all right now," the voice of a certain speedster called out. Behind the students, there stood the heroes, all of them rushing into the USJ with their quirks or support items at the ready. The sounds of whip cracking, guns clicking, and many more filled the facility. They had finally arrived. "The cavalry's here." And with that, a series of gunshots was heard, shooting towards what remains of villains at their knees or stomach, making them fall down to the ground in pain. Snipe grunted while inserting more bullets into his revolver. Mike rushed in front of the students, his usual boistering attitude nowhere to be seen as he unleashed a sonic scream at the villains around the stairs, careful not to hurt the students as he unleashed his wrath onto the villains. Similar scenes could be seen with the rest of the teachers, using their quirks to apprehend the villains with expert ease as the students watched on in relief. They were finally saved. Shigaraki watched on listlessly, slowly walking backwards deeper into the glacier as he processed everything that was happening before him. Hirojiri had already created a portal behind him to get them both away. "Let's go, Shigaraki Tamura. Our mission has failed." The black mist intoned. It's falling apart, all those plans. All for nothing. We didn't even kill a single one of them." He muttered. The sheer reality of the situation was too much for him. Suddenly gunshots were heard, bullets hailing from the top of the stairs aiming for him. He was too distracted to notice, but even if he did, he won't be able to avoid it. Hirojiri was too hidden to be noticed, but it had also made him blind to his surroundings thanks to the glacier around them. The sounds of steel piercing flesh and ice were heard. Shigaraki fell down to the ground just from the shock and pain. He could feel his nerves scream at him as he felt a sense of emptiness on his right arm. Barely holding back a scream as he looked down towards it made him realize something. There was nothing there. What was left of his right forearm was just a bloody stump. Right from where his hand to his elbow should be, it was all gone. What's left of it was pieces of bones and muscles could be seen underneath. He idly noticed his severed and ruined hand far away from him, but the crumbling glacier around him had made a large piece fall off and crushed it. The only appropriate action that's left for him was to scream. The sound reverberated across the facility, making both sides realize what had happened. Nagant clicked her tongue as she saw this. TCH, the ice blocked the shot on his head. The students looked at her in fear as they heard this. "Sensei," Mina gasped. Nagant looked at them guiltily. She had feared that they might need to see the darker side of their work with this incident. She didn't want it to happen, of course. They're still kids after all. But the chance was there. She couldn't leave a threat like Shigaraki away. It's just a pity her own students might fear her for this. "I'm sorry, kids, but letting that man get away is dangerous. You've seen the way he acts. That man is anything but sane. He might just attack us all again just out of spite," she reasoned, making the students flinch at the thought. They knew he was dangerous, but that didn't mean they had to like the idea of killing people. Shigaraki slowly disappeared into the portal as this was all going on. The glacier managed to cover him from any further attacks while he glared at the sniper hero's general direction. "They'll kill her. I swear. They'll rip that bitch to pieces. Do you hear me, you cunt? They'll fucking kill you for this," he screamed, borderline frothing at the mouth as the portal completely covered him and whisked him away. Nagant looked on with a solemn gaze as the students looked at her in worry. The man's words had basically confirmed that the man might not be all that right in the head. The rest of the teachers finished up on capturing the rest of the villains while a few checked on the students. Midnight had already brought Recovery Girl to check up on Izuku, who was resting on Ochako's lap as he lay down on the ground. "Will he be all right?" Ochako asked in worry. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes as she saw the student's condition. Part of her was surprised that he was able to last so long, judging by the girl's recount of what had happened. "This boy is reminding me too much of that blonde oaf," she thought to herself before she used her quirk on him. "I did what I could, but he would still need some rest in the nurse's office. It would take 2 days of healing for him to recover properly," she told her. "It was that bad?" Midnight asked in worry. "Let's just say the fact that he didn't break anything was a miracle already, let alone standing and keeping himself awake to keep fighting. Honestly, the recklessness of this boy," she muttered angrily, making the nearby students and heroes gasp in shock at her words. To think he still wanted to fight even after all of that, it was concerning and awe-inspiring to say the least. It took a while, but the police managed to arrive quickly to apprehend the villains, arresting all of them while taking the students' statements. Nedzu looked at the scenery around him with a solemn gaze. To see the very school he had worked hard on to maintain and improve be defiled like this, seeing the students he was supposed to protect get hurt, it was maddening. "Principal?" Vlad called out in worry after seeing his look. "This cannot happen again." Nedzu breathed. It wasn't a request. It was an order. Vlad nodded resolutely. "Of course." The sounds of groaning could be heard. Eyes blinked a couple of times, fighting the lights away as they opened wide. Izuku slowly looked around at his surroundings as he woke up, noting the comfy and soft mattress underneath him. He looked over himself, noticing that he was in hospital garb, his costume already removed from him. The room around him feels sterile.